Oh, look, a shiny button. Abra's 60 pet.
Welcome back, folks, to Starfinder 2nd Edition. When we last left off our Intrepid Heroes, it was about 2 weeks ago. I must admit, it's been a little while, so I don't remember what the late... Right, we did a bunch of upkeep. That's what we did last time.
Yeah.
And not actual progression.
Yep, because it was a shorter session because of the K9 Magnamar group. Also, thank you guys for the hype train, Carol, Dia, Aether. Y'all are cute.
That was fast. Y'all started the stream with that.
Yeah. But
Not even 15 minutes in.
yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah, we had gone to Knickknack's scrapyard to work on some projects, and
I got big batteries.
you did. I tried to help, and I'm useless at it. At least for my check.
And I believe y'all were interested in hearing about that job from Knickknack, right?
Yes.
I believe that was exactly where we left off.
So I probably should not have y'all at the Ghost Court, should I?
I will say that while the rest of the party was at Knickknack's, Revel went to refine himself a bit. Learn a couple of other tricks. But he would catch up in due time. In other words, spent the last downtime learning different skills, swapping my level 2 feats around.
Indeed you did, as some new dedications have come out for Starfinder, which is interesting, given we still don't have dedications for the main classes themselves. Paizo,
Please.
Paizo.
Would really love it.
hi, I like Wisdom Casters. There's like 2 of them in the game, and they suck.
Wow. Wow.
This is a formal request. Please.
Actually,
Killing
no,
her.
there's 3 of them. But the third one sucks even more, so I keep forgetting it exists.
Wow.
Oh.
But yes, I believe we left off with Ginkle and Shaw over at Knickknack's scrapyard, were investigating some of the objects in his shop, as well as helping him complete some of the stuff that was left behind, namely, y'all already bought it, didn't you?
The big batteries, I immediately bought all of them.
I mean,
Indeed.
Makes sense, yeah.
One of the unfinished project was the fact that Knickknack was trying to combine what leftover energy was left in some of the batteries into a bigger, advanced battery, which is why Ginkle is now the owner of 3 of them.
Oh, always a good thing to have.
And y'all were desperately trying to get the info about a rare item in his shop. It failed the checks, but you know what? It's been a while. Do y'all want to try that again?
Sure.
What lore is needed
Valerian
for? Oh,
That's
I was gonna
me!
I was gonna ask if VidGamer lore would work, but if it's Galarian, then that's a big ass fucking no.
Alright, does anyone wish to give me guidance or anything like that before I hit the button?
You think we have guidance?
Look at you with your guidance immunity, actually.
You have guidance immunity on you.
Oh.
So you're
Right.
telling me y'all waited an hour for Faye to show up?
I ain't got nowhere to be.
Speaking of, you have the permission to just drag yourself onto the map. If you people would like to rejoin as well.
Because what Faye did in her downtime wouldn't have really took her that long, and she would have wanted to come here. So, I feel like out of everybody, she probably would have been the first here, compared to the people who are already here, obviously.
Yeah. Alright.
And I figure I might as well put this in the chat again.
She's gonna... Can anyone aid on this, or do they also need to be trained in Galarian lore?
Technically recall knowledge. Well, I think aid requires you to be trained, right? That's a weird one, because recall knowledge is untrained. The aid itself, as long as you can describe how you're aiding, I guess you
Yeah.
could.
It does not require you to be trained in the skill. The ally just has to be willing to accept your aid and that you're prepared to help.
So, since we know that the specific lore is Galarian lore, would Ginkle be able to use crafting to see if he can recognize, what is the right word?
What the item is, or
Like-
perhaps
Yeah, like
some other related stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking, crafting based off of, if this is something that's made or based off of Galarian, he might know some crafting methods. I guess a more modern equivalent would be knowing when an object was made by, tool marks on it.
Or being able to look at something and be like, oh hey, those marks, that's from a torque welder specifically. Like, I know what cutting tool made these marks.
Y'all making a very convincing argument. However, I could tell you something perhaps a little metagamey. This is a very archaic item, and I'm still gonna allow it because you have magical crafting.
Ah, yes.
Archaic is in magical, not archaic is in old. Got it.
No, archaic as in old.
I mean, relatively to Starfinder.
It's fair. In that case, then, since it is the old kind of archaic, would I be able to aid as well? Being that, I'm also fucking old, archaic even by modern standards.
Unfortunately, since it's an item from Galarian, no.
I was gonna say, you're an android. I don't know if you're that archaic.
Mm-hmm.
That is
My-
just
my-
a success.
My soul is archaic. My body may not be, but my soul certainly is.
Alright, so with the success, I get a +1.
Indeed, and I put it on ya.
I was
It's not-
about to put it was very
They don't
unhappy.
stack.
I didn't mean to. I was literally about to do it for myself, and then you did it. I'm like, closed out the menu, and it still applied aid, even though I didn't tell it to.
my hotbar is literally all of the buffs y'all use
My god.
and debuffs.
Frickin' cheese Louise! I'm tempted to use a reroll on that. That's a 3.
I mean, we do get a hero point back for start of session.
I know, I just don't know if I want to... Okay, Carol has given me a reroll.
Or Carol can just give you a reroll. That works
That
too.
was fast. Carol was on it.
Oh my god, no!
It's gotten worse.
That was also fast. You were totally on rolling lower.
Oh my god.
Why is my life like this with this girl?
Hey, so it might be worth using that hero point.
I'm kind of baffled at this. I need to stop making challenges and like lore be gated behind skill checks.
Yeah,
I will say this is
fucking
not your
suck.
fault setting a DC. This is the dice.
Yeah, this is 100% the dice right now.
Okay.
With a plus 11 and a plus 12, we somehow did not get above a 5 on our rolls.
Okay. I'm going to reroll. But side, if it lands on 1, do what you must.
These dice are indeed being rude.
I can't, like, independently roll it, so I'm just gonna roll it again.
Yeah, that's why I give you 8 back.
Okay. Oh, thank
There we
God.
go.
There we go.
No.
Finally.
So despite having failed previously to convince Nick Dak to tell you what this item was, and he kind of threw the shirt that it was attached to over into a corner of the shop,
Oh my
you kind of
god.
get
Wait.
a second glimpse at it, and it's almost like the force of the impact after he chucked it and went on to worry about other things activated it as you recognize it as being a wayfinder used by the Starfinder Society.
What?
Although he certainly doesn't seem to have noticed that you noticed. Make of that information what you will. You could ask him if you could purchase it.
Hey, that thingamabob over there.
What was that?
Yeah. You know what you got?
Karen turns around and then notices that the pin actually got undone. It was previously a small tomato pin, but now it's like very recognizable as a wayfinder. And he's just like, "Gosh, you know what that is?"
I do. Do you?
Kinda gives you that little squint. Yeah. It's a
How-
wayfinder.
How the hell did you get one? Those things, literally, that should be in a museum.
Well, let's just say that I used to have a different job before I was an engineer.
Can I look around for any whips and or like leather hats on the wall?
Given Nick Dak's unfortunate body shape, you could probably guess they are not the most athletic, and thus do not go tomb delving.
Damn.
They're rather plump.
Doesn't mean that he can't hire somebody else, though.
True.
True.
Probably.
And with a shop like this, he's got a bit of money.
Yeah, exactly how did you come into possession of a relic like this?
He kind of starts to twiddle it and like throw it up and down as if to feel the weight of it. It's a very tiny little thing, but it feels like it's got some heft as it falls back into his palm. Well, it was from my teacher back when I used to work for the Starfinder Society. Apparently there used to be a bunch more of these things back in the days, but yeah, they're pretty rare nowadays. I don't really do that kind of things now.
Yeah. No, that... If I remember my history correctly, those things, that one specifically is pre-gap.
He kind of nods sagely. A friend of mine back when I used to be in that line of work apparently found in some old ruins. I showed me everything I knew about the job. And when it was time, well, he passed it on to me.
He found a Galorian relic in some ruins. There is no Galor... How?
Well, he kind of tilts his head, sending those floppy little ears of his off to the side. Well, have you ever heard about those portals back in the pre-cap period that people found on Akiton? Not little Akiton, the district we're on. I'm talking about the actual planet. It's pretty likely that it found its way on Akiton itself via one of those portals.
Huh. This is gonna get her thinking. Like, we're looking for a way to get back to the past, and maybe this might be something related to that. She's gonna kind of lock that in her mind for a minute and be like, Okay. Hey, Grandpa, you want to see this?
Knick-Knack will pass it over to you. Since you did aid with your magical crafting, you would know instantly what it is as well.
Starfinder, I was meaning to speak with Aberdeen about a possible conversion for the canine badges. I'll have to remember that when we get back.
Oh. That's great and all, but here's one in the flesh. Pathfinder Society didn't hand these out like candy.
Certainly not. What little you can actually find these days are typically hoarded by those guys, held by the highest members of the society. Which, can we pretend you didn't hear that actually from me? I'm not exactly supposed to be on good terms with them anymore.
I'm not gonna ruffle any feathers or fur. I might be interested in purchasing it for myself. A little, something to remind me of the past, but after I get some, money in my coffers. It's, tight times, as you can tell, being in lockdown and all.
Right. You did recall that I had a shop that might be interesting to you?
Yeah. What you got?
Alright, time for me to actually open up these notes now. Nick kind of like takes a sigh and leans himself against the hood of that car that he's been working on since y'all got here. And you do hear a little bit of clanking in there as he immediately jumps back off of the hood and then kind of just shrugs and looks at you. Alright, so how... First question I gotta ask is, none of y'all are cops, right?
No.
He very specifically gives a glare at the cleaner, actually.
Do I look like a fucking cop to you? No.
What about a little blue guy?
No.
Also not a cop?
The pup's fine. Y'all can come in, by the way.
Sorry, I was enjoying the rain outside for once.
Your holograph.
It was just... I was gonna say, it's just sprinklers.
We have holographic rain since when?
Don't worry about it. Girl can imagine. Shut up.
Alright, well, I suppose the second question I got for you all is... Are any of you megacorps? Corporate types?
No.
That one's a little harder to tell, usually.
I have feelings
Ginkgo's gonna,
about things.
glance at Faye.
Faye just rolled her eyes.
I have feelings about corporations and the people that run them and how much I want to put my fist in their face.
You mean through their face?
I don't want to get all their matter on my hands.
I think we're gonna get along just fine. Alright. So. I know currently we're stuck in Lil Arcuton, but I was kinda hoping you could help me with something less than legitimate, if you know what I mean.
Less than legitimate's all I deal in.
Just how much exactly are we talking about here that you deal in?
No comment. Next question.
Next question is, are any of you part of a Syndics guild? That immediately, that comment from the cleaner seems to have actually put him on edge.
A fucking what now?
The Syndics guild.
No.
Syndicates, the guys that run the station, at least the districts.
No, I'm an independent contractor.
I guess would actually fall over to Novakari specifically. Whom's this not paying attention is instead pitting Shu.
Kitty! That was me, not sure.
She kinda just has that air, you know? Skittermanders, they're usually not that good at being stealthy, but she kinda gives me the creep. The second I stop looking at her, she's in a different place.
I do have a +7 to stealth, so...
And yeah, his question was if any of y'all are part of any kind of organized crime syndicates.
Nope, Novakari is definitely not.
Very conveniently for Faye, he doesn't seem to notice anything, or know anything relating to their background, and will not even think about it.
That's why she's just playing it off as whatever. I don't even fucking care right now.
Well, alright. Listen, back when the lockdown started, a bunch of the old folks over at the community center were unable to actually access their pension. Now, the reason for that is because of Abra Corp. Big corporation types. They handle banks, businesses, even... I'm talking about pharmaceuticals and the like. One of the big reasons I'm asking you about this is, are you folks okay with committing a crime?
Obviously.
Yes.
You should have heard the diabolical laughter that didn't come through because of Crisp.
Damn.
You want to do that again? Do you want to do that in character?
What crime you got?
Thinking about robbing one of their banks.
Oh.
Listen, I heard from one of my friends that one of their local branch is going to be operating essentially a skeleton crew right now. I'm talking about like 4 guys on staff and maybe a couple of robots. Listen, I'm not a criminal normally, but I'm not above a charity heist, if you get what I'm talking about.
We love morally gray bank robbery in this house.
To steal from the rich and give to the poor.
Real Robin Hood type.
Tale as old as time.
I thought that trope was Robin Hood, not Robin Banks.
The person is named Robin Hood. However, the actual act is he robbed people, not banks. But still, same concept.
Main reason why I want to take care of this kind of stuff before the end of the month is because a bunch of the old folks have not been able to actually pay for their pharmaceutical stuff. The Megacorp is known for doing price fixing, and that stuff drives me up the damn wall. That was exposed by the Starfinder Society a couple of years back, but absolutely nothing came of it.
Look, I understand that you want to just get money and do better for the people, but you gotta think. Just because they have a skeleton crew doesn't mean that they don't have stuff that'll catch who's ever gonna do something. What kind of tech do they got going on there?
Well, it's some pretty high-tech stuff, to say the least. That's why I was
Yeah, that's a
kinda
problem.
And here I was hoping that I was talking to a tech crew. You'll certainly have the air about you.
Oh, we're techie enough, but that's, she's gonna kinda squint a little bit. Nothing's free in this world.
Yeah, certainly nothing. To say nothing about the loans that a bunch of the folks have had to default on because of this in order to get the medication.
I still feel morally right about robbing this bank. But, yeah, no, it's a bank. It's not exactly easy to just walk in, take what we want, and walk out. There's going to be security. The vault's going to be wrapped around a thick layer of steel. If you're going to expect us to get in there, we aren't going to be able to just waltz in there. We're going to need something to help us out here.
Well, obviously I don't expect you to do an armed robbery. That would wreck the entire thing, not to mention just linking right back to Little Akiton.
Yeah. So how do you suggest, then, we'd pull off the heist? Intercept a ship in transit, or, something along those lines?
Well, I got a couple of suggestions. First idea would be, of course, to just waltz in there, take a look at what they've got, as well as their system defenses. Obviously, the easiest thing to do would be to siphon money out of their accounts. But if
What my first plan was, but at the same time, that depends on their firewall setup and security.
Indeed. But if you really want to get and make the big bucks, we would indeed need to get inside that vault. Are you people familiar with... Oh crap, out of character. I fucking forgot what the name of them are. Is it UBPs?
Oh, the UPBs?
UPBs, thank you. Do you remember what the acronym stands for, Kern?
Give me one moment. I just saw these a minute ago.
It's like relating to crafting. And like that's the reason why it's relevant here, and I wish it was in the journal. Actually, hold on, I could just...
Universal polymer base.
Thank you, Sammy. So, you folks are familiar with universal polymer bases, right? It's kind of like the new gold standard.
Huh.
And I'm not talking about just gold, I'm talking about fucking jewels. It's what we use in order to 3D print objects.
Thank you, Lars, for the raid. So, what are you suggesting we do with these UPBs?
Well, for one, there's the value just in them by itself, but there's a couple of things that it could be used for, namely at the community center. And unlike getting money siphoned out of their account and into our accounts, that's something that cannot be tracked. Because these things aren't actual physical objects.
Yeah, at that point, it's like raw hard credits,
Mm-hmm.
if those ever existed.
Yeah, it's funny. The term paper trails comes because of paper, and now you barely see it anymore, but the term still lives. Isn't it crazy how time goes like that?
They do say time is cyclical.
In any
Not
case,
exactly
how close is the
different.
bank that you're talking about to here?
That's the hard part that I was hoping you might have some clue on. It's in the Golden Vault neighborhood, which is exactly past the blockade leading out of Little Lakuton.
So we'd have to bypass the blockade.
Knick-Knack specifically takes a look at Shaw, like, up and down. Or I'm surprised a ghost creator doesn't know a way to get into the ghost level and into another part of the station.
The ghost levels aren't some fast transit network. They will do with you as they want. Just hopping back into them willy-nilly is reckless and dangerous.
And your type always seems to do it, and they can end up bringing me quite a lot of good salvage, actually.
Thing is, I would rather not incur unnecessary risks. We could use it as a method, but do you think if there's any other ways we could bypass the barricade?
I suppose we could just wait until it lifts off. It's only been about 4 days, so...
Eventually, the station will starve itself, so they'll be forced to open the doors at some point.
They've already been working on it. I did that research last night.
Indeed. Apparently, it was some big mass event that got a bunch of life support system failures all throughout the station. But they've been working on getting it back online.
It's one of the reasons why he was here. She's just gonna kind of scoff.
What's this she's talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Ex-boyfriend.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of just backs away feeling a little bit awkward now.
Let's get back on topic. So, we can try to wait this whole thing out, but there are risks with that too. We have no guarantee of a time frame, and people are going to suffer between there and here. I'd rather not go back into the ghost levels, but...
That's only one of the options. Another one would be trying to fly out of there, but then you have to deal with the police station forces trying to, keep the lockdown ongoing.
And then the actual issues with trying to get into another station around another set of police forces. It would be very loud and very, very disruptive. Quietest options the ghost levels. Do you have anything else stealthy?
Unfortunately, that's pretty much all I've got. It's just waiting until the lockdown ends. Could also take a look around town and see if there is actually a way down into the ghost levels. But that's up to you.
Oh, I know. I know a trio that has a couple ins and outs. It wouldn't be difficult to ask them.
As for actually pulling off the plan, well, that's kind of why I've been working on these things, he says as he gives a knock to this paint-stained car.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, is that paint or is that someone's insides?
I don't know any species that bleeds blue. At least last I checked. Actually, maybe Kasafas bleed blue. I never checked.
If we see any, we'll ask.
It's paint.
Alright, well. Still. What are you doing with the car? Assuming you have some sort of plan, but that means that... Oh god, we're gonna need a driver. Does anyone know how to pilot?
Yes.
Alright, well, good, we've got a driver.
How good are you at driving anyway?
Good enough.
We might need something a little better than just good enough.
Do you want numbers aside? Because I could give you numbers.
Have you read the rules on how driving a car works?
Nope.
Oh my god, they're
Yeah,
in
you might want
our
to.
compendium.
I have been busy.
It's fine.
Ginkle is at the same level trained, and you are both +9.
Knick-Knack does continue backing away and points towards his actual workshop. Y'all remember that giant tank that almost got taken over by that slime when you first got here?
Oh, I see. That's what
That'd
you
be-
mean.
That'd be another option, although I'd much rather avoid walking in an actual battle tank.
Maybe you could back up. But I would prefer speed and stealth over bold and brash.
Main issue is that you're running a crew of about 6, including me, that'd be 7. Not to mention the mech. So, I don't think we could all fit inside this little bugger, he says, pointing at the urban cruiser. Question, do you people have permission to double-click this thing, by the way?
The car? Yes.
I see it's a token, but I can't do anything when I double click it.
Never mind then.
I see the war wagon in the south. That actually shows up with a name, but that doesn't do anything. And then the one at the top has an HP bar, but I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, feel free to open that door, by the way, Artemis.
Yo, sick door.
It wasn't me.
Faye was next to the door. Well, it's not exactly subtle to walk in using an actual battle tank, but, I suppose if we're really hurting for space, there's always my truck. I use it for salvaging things that people bring me sometimes that I can't actually carry in their hands. Let me see, can I give y'all permission somehow to access this token? Because they do have actual stats.
If there is something there, I can't see it.
Alright, let me fix that.
Because
I know.
Go on, Mizu first.
I know what vehicle I'm leaning towards.
The one that doesn't have space for everyone.
Fuck.
There we go. The hover truck now has perms to everyone. I might need to delete it and put it back on the field.
We're good.
Because these things have actual stats, so you might care about what they are.
Unfortunately, the hover truck cannot fit the entire party either.
So we have to do this with 2 vehicles. It's just whether or not we pick the war wagon in the truck or the speed car in the truck. Either way, the truck's the liability. We could try to do the performance cruiser and the war wagon together, but what the hell kind of plan would integrate both of them in a clean way?
Oregon's gonna be attracting attention no matter what, but
I cannot open the sheet for the war wagon.
because I have not given perms for it yet.
Ah.
Answering questions and doing this stuff
You're
is a
fine.
little hard.
I understand.
I've changed the perm, so I might need to put it back on the field again.
No, you're good. I can open
Alright, cool. Same for this car, has also...
it. I can see it.
Alright, cool. Well, there's another thing I could think of doing, but I'd have to start... Nick Deck stops to think a little bit, looking up. Have you talked to the little kids that are hanging around, like, the community center?
What, you mean the ones that were playing with the drone?
Yeah. One of them's got a hoverboard, actually, it turns out, so... Deceptively enough, these things could go as fast as a car, so... It's entirely possible that one could be used.
Oh my god, we could take the truck and the hoverboard.
As a getaway vehicle.
I mean... honestly, it feels like the best idea there is... do something like this? Whoever's on the board is going to be the most vulnerable. And that's, unfortunately,
I'll do it.
probably our best decoy.
These things aren't exactly easy to drive either. And I'm not talking
Nothing-
about driving in the same way you drive a car. It's a board, and you're floating in midair.
Counterpoint, nothing worth doing is ever easy. Knick-knack.
And I'll give you a little hint, Bisu.
Yeah?
It's a special item for Starfinder First Edition that requires using athletics to drive. I am porting things faster than the devs are somehow.
Oh!
Huh.
I should not be on the hoverboard. If it were acrobatics, that would be a different story.
It might be acrobatics. I
Looking
think it
at
might be.
athletics, that would mean Novakari would be the one on the skateboard.
That's a pretty funny image.
Nova on a skateboard with her lightsaber out. Evading
Honestly,
the
I might have a
police.
couple of them sitting around still. Might need some fixing up as much as the car, though.
Well,
Trying to think which one was the kid that actually gave the one hoverboard so that I did manage to fix up.
regardless, we would have to get a car through the barricade, or wait until the barricade's over.
Uh-huh.
I don't really think the ship is equipped to load a car, let alone would be able to haul it without falling apart on its own. Honestly, I'd rather survive the vacuum of space in one of these right now rather than our ship.
I just got a ship.
It's not technically ours.
We're supposed to deliver it to someone, but unfortunately, space station lockdown.
Hey, here, I thought you were already committing Grand Theft Auto before I even asked you to.
I mean, when in Little Akiton.
That's the best way to think about it.
The ship was legally obtained.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The owner gave us the keys and said go pick it up. And then all of this crap happened.
Yeah, Nick, that kind of like stops to think a moment and looking over at Faye, who just spoke up, Idisoke. And he kind of just nods. Well, alright then. Got a pretty good accent on you, little bishy, actually. Most people cannot get the eeks in the sash all that well. Matter of fact, that's why common's gonna be an issue.
Thanks.
So, yeah, that's about, unfortunately, about as much as Nick Knack can give you. Which means the quest is started.
Okay. Well, we either go through the ghost levels, which I'm sure everyone here is more than happy to do, or we wait until the blockade's over. What do you guys think? Because there's no way in hell that that ship is leaving that port. The next
Nope.
time I want to get in it is when we are delivering it to... I don't even remember his name.
To be fair, Miss Shaw,
Shizaki.
how are we gonna get a
Yeah.
car into the ghost levels? If that's our escape route, how are we gonna bring it with us?
Oh, we would just borrow a car on the other side. Either that, or we get incredibly lucky, and the bank's right next to wherever the exit is to the ghost levels on that station.
On that note, here's the map of Epsilon Station again. I had it disabled for a while. I should re-enable it.
You said it's in the golden something?
Indeed.
I don't see it. Oh, I'm blind.
It's
Legally, as you say.
there's
It's a bit of a
unfortunately
way.
no good ways for me to mark off these districts because they have not given me info on that. I just know it's next to the Lycaton.
The problem with going through the ghost levels is there is a non-zero chance that, much like last time, we end up at the opposite end of the station.
Yeah. The ghost levels is definitely a last resort, but I do have connections with the community here. I could see if I could pull any strings over there and see what I could find us.
I will also say we don't want to wait until lockdown's over on this one, then go do the other thing first.
We could go do that task for
Because
Mooney
honestly, if we wait, it might be a lot easier. Like, how long is this skeleton crew setup gonna be for?
Well, as far as I heard, the branch pretty much only set up to serve Little Lycaton itself. And, well, it's not exactly the kind of district that uses banks all that often, in case you haven't noticed. Same for hospitals, actually.
In that
So-
case, then what? A couple of days isn't gonna hurt too bad.
Yeah, if anything, it might reduce the amount of employees the longer it lasts.
So that's my vote. I say we wait until the barricade is lifted until we go do this, and we just take care of other business and have Knick-Knack call us when they get word, or we call them if we get word.
Alright, so that means we're going to go and bust a cult real quick. At least it sounds like it. With,
All?
yeah, no, you're familiar with, the corner bodega. And, Miss Moon Puncher, right?
Yeah. I'm pretty familiar.
And she's asking us to look into some stuff that's been, bubbling up, and we might do that because people have been going missing, and probably better that that's not a thing. But,
He's gonna walk up to Shaw.
yeah.
You know you don't have to tell everything to everyone, right? Ah, you're so stupid!
No, ladies got trust issues and anger issues, huh?
Ha 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 ha.
You don't know the half of it?
We are going to go assist in other affairs, and to be back to then assist you in your affairs. Have a good one, Knick-Knack.
I'd be appreciated. I'll let you know if I hear about anything else. I've heard apparently the folks that have been taking loans actually got it from a loan shark who's in town now for a change somehow.
Oh, good.
I'll let you know if I find anything.
We could always go pay a visit to the loan shop and make sure his interest rates stay low.
Well, that's kind of the problem. Apparently, the guy's just bought the debts from Abra Corp himself.
The hell?
So, of course, now they owe him instead of owing Abra Corp.
Huh. That's...
Partly it's called loan consolidating or something. Some kind of big scam a lot of people run.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if I saw that guy, I would wring his fucking neck.
Well, you know his name?
That's kind of what I wish I could find out. I'm gonna have to ask some of the old folks who still have a debt to pay.
You can get us a name or a face. We can, see what the situation is there and see if they're willing to perform charity in this desperate time. But We'll see what we can do, as always.
That'll be all y'all can do unless you want to start investigating ways to get out of Little Lakiton during lockdown, or ways to find into the ghost levels.
I mean, I was gonna, when we get back to the ghost court, talking to our friends and seeing if they had any ways in and out.
Did I disable the Little Lakiton map? What is wrong with me? I was doing a bunch of cleanup, and I guess I forgot to re-enable it.
Yeah.
Right, the party's position would be over here.
Okay.
JK and Bryce, are you okay over there? Was your mic turned off this entire time?
No, I've been quiet. I've just been writing.
Okay. I was worried for a second there.
And I'm still writing, so Where did Saloon Shark happen to be? Oh wait, well. Or
They
who
do
did he
not
buy the
know.
company? Who did he buy the company from?
Abadar Corp is the name of the company, which is one of the few things I actually managed to get up and running before we did the stream.
Okay, cool.
I've been
Helps a
trying to
lot.
redo the faction stuff. Now that I've got actual info about the factions that y'all can have that is public knowledge.
Oh goodness, it has Edicts Endothema too.
It's kind of like Hyperion, but less evil.
Hmm.
Still slightly evil. I also see Abby started looking at the Primex's security force.
Yeah, I was curious how the security forces felt about us, and yeah, no, I'm just making sure we're still wanted for being involved in a shootout.
I still regret nothing.
Hmm.
Glad I don't gotta worry about that.
Yeah.
It's great.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Or
walk
do
around
you?
with my headphones on. What's up, side?
Or do you?
Or do I? That depends on who's looking.
Indeed.
It does. Well,
Small reminder that Hyperion is for some reason very cozy buddies with the Primex, who's supposedly very anti-crime. Kinda weird, ain't it? I wish I had taken the time to do Hyperion's affection in there too.
Otherwise, I have been trying my best to update the quest log for everybody. So, any notes, changes, or additions that need to be made, please take a look at it at your convenience.
I'm actually gonna try to help with that as well. Yeah, I think you got it pretty good, actually.
Alright. I think I was gonna focus on looking into the disappearances. I'm guessing that's just do an investigation check?
I believe when you last left off, you had learned about one of the locals that is involved with the cult, but not the one you dealt with in the sewers, right?
Oh yeah, it was that one professor.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Do we want to go approach the bodega about that, or we just going for it?
That's up to you.
I think we'd be going to the community center, not the bodega.
I was gonna say, I don't know what information that Moody could even give us at this point, aside from what we've already found out.
Fair enough.
That's what I'm thinking. It's best for us to try to see if we can get information at the community center. Plus, we're light there, so it's pretty easy for us to get information there.
Okay, then I will go back to taking more notes.
And I might need to move some NPCs into view. And make sure that they're hidden on other scenes. That's always the hard part, is the fact that somebody might be in two locations at once. And I don't mean for that to be the case. But if that's what y'all decide to do, feel free to move over. I believe they're still toggled on currently.
Okay.
And the question would indeed be, how exactly would you try to find more information about the disappearances at the community center?
I would probably go to the computers personally.
I would actually want to talk to the old man. Because I want to try to see, remember the game that he wants us to play? I'm going to try to talk to, what's-his-face as I play the game with him. Kind of like...
Uztabaki.
Yes.
Uztabaki, yes.
Yes.
But you already won a game against him, and you actually got the other old folks interested in the game as well.
Well,
So he's not quite as lonely as before.
I'm a hit with the elderly. I could always go ask them. No snide comment from Faye.
I'm going to the computers.
You do what you want.
Alright.
Me actually toggle Uztabaki back on. As they were also toggled off.
Uztabaki.
Yeah, actually, as you're making your way across the halls of the community center, from the outdoors, you can hear somebody ringing out a shot from their pistol. And
God damn it.
Back out.
complaining. No, it's complaining. You could just hear, like, the other locals next to you just sigh. It's Sylvanus the back here again. And sure enough, ambling down the halls is Old Man Uztabaki, as well as Moira, who very angrily is, like, pulling him along as he goes.
I thought he gave me his gun. Wait a minute.
No, he has two guns.
God
He
damn
gave you
it.
his backup gun. And yeah, as they're approaching, they're clearly having an argument about, you can't just keep shooting the holographic sun whenever it tells advertisements, sir. Please. As, of course, they make their way slowly over to you, Shaw.
Hello. I see Mr. Ustabaki is getting up to mischief again.
Oh, it's the old young lady, Miss Shaw. So nice to see you again, Missy.
And of course, Joya looks like she's just pinching the bridge of her nose.
I actually came by because I wanted to ask about some... I've been hearing rumors.
What kind of rumors are you talking about exactly, Miss Shaw?
Concerning ones. People disappearing.
Joya immediately kind of pipes up, and Uzbaki just looks confused for a second there. Mr. Uzbaki, can I please trust you to have a very nice rest of your day, please? And he kind of just looks more confused.
Alright, I guess.
Jeez. Like, she's basically is giving him the death stare right now. You can only see it from the side, but you can tell that's what the stare is. As, all feistiness seems to be gone now, as he gets his way back up and heads over to the rec room.
You know, there's like kids in this building. If you got legislation to make this considered like a school zone, he wouldn't be able to bring his firearm near it, right?
Unfortunately, that's not exactly something I can do. Technically speaking, the orphanage is not even legally registered. Most of the kids that are here are actually... I don't want to say stowaways, but people that were abandoned by their parents when they could either not leave the station, or if they left without their children. She gives you like the most grim look.
Oh, God.
And notices Fade Revel. Greetings, you two. Certainly is a concerning sight to see, given what Shaw just told me. I assume you're here for the same reason?
Faye'll just give a slow nod.
Well, as it turns out, it is also something I was looking into with what little I'm able to.
I think some of our crew went to the computer room to try to dig up what they could find online. Do you want to join us there and we can kind of compare our notes?
I could wait for your friend, if you would feel so inclined. Also, yes, as Semi pointed out, I've added these to maps.
Ooh.
Hold on, let me leave the room so I can see what you're pointing at.
It's a vending machine that sells healing items.
Oh. Very nice.
There's some books here.
That's the retraining thing.
Yeah, the books is if you want to purchase a retraining for your level. But yes, Miss Mullen will once again pinch the bridge of her nose. Well, I doubt you'll find much online, all things considered. It's pretty much all misinformation, but like I said, we could wait until they're done before we can talk about business. And now this would be the part where me as a GM want to ask Mizu, are you attempting to research properly?
Yes.
Alright. Did I shove the research downtime activity on you? I did not.
I don't think so.
It is not downtime, it is apparently Exploration. Never mind. Not that it matters, because you also have access the infosphere, which is literally what you're trying to do, actually.
Yeah.
You attempt to access a local network known as the infosphere to come up with information on a topic. Takes about 10 minutes of research. Larger investigations for topics might take several hours, which indicate, in this case, it might. What is exactly the question or info you're looking for?
I'm just seeing if there's been any news reporting or, like, public police reports or anything like that about the disappearances.
There's definitely a lot of police reports about the disappearances, and the station security are urging people to please stay home and to not get near the access tunnels and, like, utility tunnels and all of the other locations that, you can guess are the ghost levels. Or at least lead to the ghost levels.
Is there any, like, are there, of the more recent ones, is there a, like, specific location that they're all near?
I'm looking at the actual notes, and no, it turns out, actually, there's quite a lot of people just spreading videos online of the stuff y'all saw in the ghost level in the elevator of the eldritch being with tentacles. Although, you immediately find that, yeah, that there's a lot of videos. So you might need to do an actual skill check to find out more, to research proper.
What would I need to... Can I use computers to try and cut through some of the bullshit?
I'm surprised Infosphere research is not just straight up a computer check. I guess it's just to recall knowledge, but
Damn it, I talked his books.
yes. But
Alright,
yes, you could use computers.
I'm
to do
rolling.
research.
I'm rolling computers. It's a 16 that I'm considering re-rolling.
Well, I can't tell you if it's a success or failure. What I can tell you is that you're definitively finding a lot of shaky footage from around the same timestamp as when y'all entered the elevator, with a lot of the videos having malfunctioning tech, shadowy figures attacking people. There's one with a tentacle grasping somebody and pulling them into an elevator. It looks like some faked footage, though. Like, you could tell. I don't even need to, like, secretly roll your perception for that one, because you have the feat that's like...
They have hologram skeptic.
Yeah, you have hologram skeptic from being a gamer, which is like, you could tell the graphics are bad. This is fake as hell. All of it that you see online.
We were given a name for the cult, weren't we?
Yes. It is the Cult of the Newborn.
What happens if I try and look for that specifically?
Now, that one would actually require religion.
This is going to go horribly. I want y'all to be aware.
Which you could ask Faye for help with that.
Could have asked me for help with the infosphere stuff too.
True,
Yeah.
true. I guess I will telepathically nudge
You cannot
Faye.
telepathically talk to me. We are not in line of sight. However, we do have cell phones.
Fucking, I'm just gonna text Faye. I'm just gonna text Faye like, hey, I think I have a line on how we might find some more information, but I don't have the necessary knowledge to try and cut through the garbage. Can you assist?
Yeah, this would be around the part that Joya finished the conversation, and she is indeed following you to the computer room.
Alright, what the fuck do you need help with?
Is that the young man that spent 8 hours in World of Fantasy Online? Or what was it called again the other day?
World of Fantasy. No, you have the right name.
You were
religious. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's how long the downtime period is. It's 8 hours.
The immediately thought, like, just runs through her mind, man, I haven't talked to my guildmates in forever. They're fucking pissed at me. I know it.
I'm a degenerate gamer. I have been for years. It's not important right now.
What
I
the
need
fuck do
help.
I need to do?
A religion.
Religion.
I
What the fuck am I looking at?
Or occultism.
Yeah, I think this cult may have some kind of occult or religious connotation, and I don't have the skill necessary to figure out what I'm looking for.
Oh my goodness, Faye.
When it comes to finding info about the disappearances, you're noticing quite a lot of stuff online, people talking about it, and with religion specifically. A lot of people are thinking that it's for sacrifices and rituals and other stuff like that, there's a lot of misinformation getting spread all over the place. But sure enough, the username of the person you found earlier, Arta, the professor, actually does come up as well as one of the folks that was reported missing, and that definitely catches your eye since you're the one making that research originally, Faye.
Wait a minute. That's the person we wanted to fucking question. He's missing?
And she's actually has answered and said that she was not missing at all, and she's also quite confused as to why people thought that she had gone missing as part of the disappearances into the occult and other eldritch appearances around the station.
Her heartbeat's gonna slow down a little bit after reading on and seeing that.
The fuck?
Don't worry about it. Apparently she's still there. Somebody was trying to spread misinformation, but it's the infosphere. Everybody fucking does that.
Ain't that the fucking truth?
But apparently she's still fine. She's replied, this is her user. I can confirm that.
So we find her, we can get more answers then?
It's hard to say if she's willing to give it, but it's worth a shot, I feel.
Are you going to investigate the proof that said that she was missing, by the way?
I would like to.
That one's definitely not misinformation. There's actual footage of her getting grabbed and pulled into one of those elevators, much like you were. And that looks like the real deal. Like an actual eye looking down the elevator shaft.
Yeah, hold on. I think she actually is missing, and whoever posted on her account is somebody else entirely. Or some facsimile thereof, yeah.
In any case, somebody has her accounts compromised, or she's... I don't get it.
Unless she's... Is it possible to trace where this... Like, what IP this message might have come from?
That one you would need to do hacking, and that might take, like, essentially the rest of this day that you're in right now.
I don't need sleep, I need answers.
But this would mean no going out to other locations.
If anything, before we decide doing this, we should talk and figure out what information we can gather, you know?
Yeah.
Since it's gonna be way too time consuming, even with mine and your skills combined.
Yeah, Miss Mullen is looking mighty concerned over in the door frame.
So
It is a
let's go.
possible lead. It is a possible lead, though, if we need to come back to it.
Are you
Yeah,
all right?
I haven't been all right in millennia.
You and many, many androids I know. You can hear the twinge of annoyance in her voice, actually. Clearly, she's talking about someone that's not you.
Look,
At any
anyway,
rate-
can we go somewhere private so we can talk about this shit?
That's actually exactly what I was going to suggest. You were looking into the disappearances around the space station in Little Ekiton, correct?
Correct.
There's been another person reported missing.
How long ago?
Just today, as she
Fuck.
makes her way towards her office.
Rebel.
Yeah, Faye's gonna be quick on her toes.
Nova, come on.
Where were they reported missing from?
That's something you'll have to ask Amani here.
Uh,
It's her husband.
hmm.
And now I need to actually pull up yet another journal. I love how everything's connected, but... oh boy. Finding this stuff sometimes gets hard. Big Trouble in Little Akiton and the Occult. The Missing People. As you're walking into the room, you can clearly see that the Kasafa lady is looking very anxious and distraught. As a matter of fact, some of y'all might remember her as being somebody who was having an argument with her boyfriend when you first got to the community center.
Oh, the ones fighting over it being too dangerous here.
They were fighting specifically about the husband's job, in fact. But when you walk in, Miss Mullen does give her a very wide smile. Miss Amani, these people are professional, and they've been very, very helpful around the community. Perhaps you could tell them what you've told me. And after a moment of silence, Amani does nod, and with a very, very long sigh coming through that masked clothing of hers, she looks over to, well, I'll ask first, because I've been monologuing for a hot second there, if anyone's doing anything when they walk into the room. Want to describe how they're walking into the room as well?
My eyes are locked on the woman, like looking to see if there's any like visible signs of like anything, like if her hands are scuffed from a fight or anything along those lines. Just a general check of her person.
Sense motive.
Okay. I believe that's under basic action macros. Yes, it is. And do I need to have
Yes.
them targeted for to play properly?
Please do not, because they have commoner stats of, like, nothing.
Okay.
You have a very trained eye, and you're capable of grasping every tiny detail. She is something anxious, but not because of probably what you expected was an abusive relationship, but it turns out that, no, actually, she's got all of the telltale sign of somebody who's got, like, who's on the verge of having a meltdown because of stress. One of the most notable thing you can notice is the fact that of her forearms, one of them does have a ring that she keeps nudging and twirling around, and the marks around her fingers are like showing signs of... That's something she does a lot, to say the least.
We heard
And
that.
if anyone else had anything?
Negative for me.
I suppose for Revel, they're aside from having pen to paper and just taking notes as they've been moving around, their attention will be focused on the Amani.
Amani is indeed her name. Amani.
Mm-hmm. But for now, he's going to do. Where is it at? Basically, Orasight. Just staring on, listening, watching.
Please do post your ability, because I believe you do have to roll a check for that.
I'm trying to remember how.
Click the icon picture of it.
There it is.
There we go. And that would be a secret occultism check, which I'll say is the same DC as what Shaw had to beat.
Pretty sure by clicking the text box, I could just roll it.
Yeah. No need to target anybody or anything like that. It'll automatically be secret. But yes, she'll start to talk about the fact that it's my husband, Meldo. He hasn't come home from his construction job since the last couple of power outages. He was working on some new office building over in the Eye and planned to go for drinks at a nearby bar before returning home, but it's been days and I haven't been able to hear anything from them. The station's security are trying to look into it, but they haven't been able to find anything, so... And yeah, Miss Mullen behind her is like rubbing her back gently. And that is why I invited her to the community center. This is, to say the least, a very dangerous time to be by yourself.
Still, it sounds like somebody's using the ghost levels as a network to pull people into, whatever this cult is and spit out either we're dealing with doppelgangers or brainwashing. But time is of the essence. Can you trace out what his route is so we can follow it?
She would sigh and pull out her data pad to indeed show. God, I wish I had a map of the inside of Absalom Station, but the best I got is this. As she's going to point over in pretty much the opposite direction of Knick-Knack's job. His construction site would have been over down this way.
Within the free markets?
Around the free markets, it is technically part of the I region. The I greater region, which is this massive area. He was actually allowed to get past the blockades due to the lockdown because he was one of those considered an essential worker, as well as helping with the repairs.
I wonder if we can find a same way to get our party the same, bypass. It would be quite useful. Who gives those passes out?
Well, that would be station security, and as far as I know, they've only been giving it to a handful of people who have been helping with the maintenance and trying to get the systems back online.
The cops.
Well, shit.
And she nods.
God damn it. Okay.
We're gonna have to deal with them eventually. Might as well get it the fuck over with.
Want to rip the band-aid off now. Great. Alright, yeah, no, I didn't want to spend tonight in a prison cell. That's fine. That's fine.
There's no guarantee that we'll have to be in the jail cell.
Oh, good. They'll put a little collar around my leg.
Hope it's around your neck.
You and you like to see that.
Now,
I'd like to
you
do it.
two. Okay, settle down, you two.
Look.
Was that said aloud?
What, the settle down, you two?
This entire conversation?
I was
We have a
hoping-
mental aspect.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
was hoping that was all telepathic. Because we have the telepathic link thanks to Faye's ability,
Oh,
right?
right, because we're in the same vicinity.
Yeah, no,
it was
I'm
all
not
in our
gonna
heads.
mention in front of them that I'm a wanted criminal.
It was all in our heads.
Gotta make sure. There are two very distraught women in front of you, so I gotta make sure.
We will see what we can do. It sounds like we are heading to the police station. Would you be able to point that out on the map of Little Akaton for us? She says, doing her best to try and remain positive about the situation.
Isn't it like not that far from here?
Oh, good. There it
Yeah,
is. Yeah,
it's over.
+1. Yay. I'm getting a big bowl of ramen before we go.
That's probably a good call, actually.
Yeah.
It's only a few streets over. As far as I know, there's only a couple of people working there. It's not exactly the same kind of offices as the stewards normally lead. It's most of the Primex's personal police force.
Great. Well, we'll see if our friendly neighborhood police can help us out.
Yeah, we're so cooked.
I am with the
Yeah, we're so cooked.
eating grin. I don't know what that die roll is for, but I know it's not good for me.
You were targeted, so
Yeah, we're so cooked.
You somehow managed to keep a perfect poker face.
Oh
For now.
my god.
for now.
We should get going, but
We should.
thank you. We're gonna see if we can get to the bottom of this, and hopefully we can get the ability to move between place to place and deal with these situations.
I'm gonna ask more directly to Bryce. Which one were you staring at exactly? Imani or Miss Mullen? I'm assuming Imani.
Money. I'm just.
You learn very similar things to what Shaw learned. This person is on the verge of a mental breakdown. She is stressed to up to the nines. Like, to the point where it's affecting her health. She's feeling pretty neutral towards you. And from what you can tell, they are not being deceptive about their attitude or any kind of faking emotional states. Wow, this feat does a lot.
It does.
It's basically the Mystic Link, except you do it on strangers.
That being said, I have. Actually, just.
If your group happens to find any information about those disappearances, you make sure to tell me, alright?
Will do.
Imani is not exactly the only person who's lost people recently.
Do I have your number?
This bullet kind of stops to think for a second. You know, come to think of it, you are new to our community, so I suppose you don't. She'll walk over to you and actually give you the phone number of the community center, not her personal number.
Oh, can't hit her up for those digits. I will, let me add them to my list of people I can talk to, or people that I have standing with.
Shard, we're in the middle of a job.
What?
Says Kane.
That's what that's what Kobold speak sounds like. It's just a no, God.
It's entirely possible that if I'm busy, it will be somebody like Air or Zagka that picks up the phone. I hope you understand.
That's fine. At the end of the day, as long as they know that we're in this situation where we may be calling you guys and giving you guys information, and may possibly need to request something of you as well to assist us in a matter, it may be important. But for now, we will leave matters as be and head on over to the police department.
Of course. Let me actually walk you out.
Joy of joys.
The recurring ginkle. Before you can actually take too many steps as she's closing the door to her office,
That's
she
a
does
weird bug.
walk.
Sorry. When you
go
did
on.
that, it stopped me from editing the organization's bit and undid my work.
Oh, that's bad.
That's so
Sorry.
evil. Oh, you're fine. You didn't know.
Miss Willard will actually sigh and continue walking you by towards the exit and wait until there's like a moment of much less crowds than there would normally be around the hallway. As she'll eventually nudge you a little bit, since you were the main one that was actually talking to Imani. So, you seemed somewhat stressed when the mention of the police came up. Miss Shaw?
Remind me, what do you know about me?
Miss Bullet gives you a little bit of a knowing smirk. I know nothing about you.
And you know that people like me, who don't exactly have a lot of information about themselves out there, we like keeping things quiet and out of the eye of the public. Meanwhile, the cherries and berries on every police cruiser kind of do the opposite of that.
Miss Bullet will sigh gently. I understand. You're not the first people I see in Little Akiton that has these kinds of issues. Listen, I'm not going to ask you to go to the police station, but if you can do anything to help with this business of missing people, I will be willing to pay.
No. I personally would not accept payment for this. This is a matter of security for the entire sector. But
This is also, by the way, this is addressed to the entire party. It is very much within ear view of everybody.
But if others would like payment, that is fine. But If the fastest way for us to get around this place while it is in lockdown is getting the passes from the police, then I am willing to walk over to the police station, announce what my plans are, and hopefully someone in there has a lick of common sense and can just give us the ability for us to do what we need to do.
Faye's gonna roll her eyes a little bit and just kind of look at Shaw. You realize we have much better ideas than that, right?
Oh yes, dancing around the ghost levels again.
No,
Oh, yeah.
you fool! They need engineers. You have 2 of them. Two of them that aren't being looked for.
And are
We offer our services, get the passes, get in and go.
I mean, that gets passes for just the 2 of you, though. What about the rest of us?
Can
We find ways.
Can we be considered security detail? Would they play nice with that?
I highly doubt that would be the case, unfortunately. If anything, you show up wearing armor and weapons, and they're just as liable to arrest you on the spot.
Right, yes, we should unload our guns.
Well, of course, I mean at the blockade. Not so much the police station.
At any rate, we have things that we can think about.
True. And I always have my backup, just in case.
Actually, question out of character. Did you mention the ghost levels aloud?
I think in this moment Shaw would have slipped.
Yeah, Miss Bolden definitively raises an eyebrow. And will, once again, address you directly. Did you say the ghost levels?
She's just gonna slowly turn and just give a smile. You know a little bit more about me now. Great.
You wouldn't happen to be familiar with another resident of the community center called Courier Lotus, would you?
Would I?
Now that's a question that you gotta use recall knowledge for, Abby.
Alright. I click the button. What would it be off of? I guess society?
This would have indeed been society,
Well, I got a +9 to it, so.
making your result 13.
Ah! I know many ghost couriers, but not one particularly by that name.
It does ring a bell, though.
Does ring a
Vaguely.
bell.
Miss Bill will continue. You see, Courier Lotus is another individual who has been looking into these disappearances. Individuals that are not afraid of delving into the ghost levels are few and far between, so... yeah, I suppose I felt the need to ask.
I'm going to write that name down. In my
Ghost
phone.
of Lotus.
Ghost of Lotus. I'll probably have to hop on the boards and see if I can scout them out. Be like, hey, heard you're in a little hackathon and you're looking into the disappearances.
On that note, I'm actually going to roll something else.
This man's in his dice rolls, I swear to God.
I'm sorry, it's just especially relevant to certain characters in the party. Not Shadow.
Yay!
Hey.
I'm not the main character for a scenario. Someone else get in there, champ.
Hey, you've definitely heard the name Lotus before. And as a matter of fact, you feel like you can almost place a face to that name. You feel like you've heard the twins over at the Ghost Court actually mention him by name.
I think those friends that we met up with earlier that we bunked with, they might be able to help us.
The reason why he specifically stands out in your mind is because you've seen this individual around the community center that they described as somebody wearing a hood and having a face mask. And they are a Patra, which is the people that look like panthers and other cat folks. But beyond that, that's just a mystery.
That's at least more than what we had.
Well, they're around the community center, then they might be outside.
It's hard to say if they're still here, if they have a place that they're staying. Sorry.
Are you saying that out loud?
Everything Faye is saying has been mental, by the way.
Well. You're literally standing next to the person that knows everyone in the community center. That's why I wanted to know if you said that aloud.
Have you seen anybody around here? You know, cat-like, wears a mask?
If you're asking that to Joya,
Yeah, she was trying to find a way to put it. I need to be better at saying when I say things out loud and when I say things to the party.
well, Joya will immediately perk up. Well, yes, that's actually Lotus, in fact. Patra individual, very, very well built, capable of jumping, I'd say. Honestly, it was quite funny when they were helping with the children. I swear I saw them jump up to 10 feet. They were playing basketball in the gymnasium, you see.
Yeah, that sounds like it. So I know a bit, but I don't know anything about them.
All I know is that they showed up at the community center pretty much around the same time you showed up, actually, your group.
They might be travelers like us.
Yes, they've been doing chores around in order to pay for their room and board. But they have not been here for the last couple of days.
To be fair, I mean, if they're looking into everything too, and they possibly have a lead, they might be trying to dig deeper into it. We should get in contact with them, though.
I can see if we can find anything on the forums, but I don't know how much that would get. If they're on the move right now, our best bet's... You said they were hanging with the children, right?
Yes. As a matter of fact, they've taken them around the town. It's been quite a wonder not to have those little tykes just sitting around the computer room all day. It's been doing wonders for them.
Wonder if they know anything.
I suppose you would have to ask them.
Where are they at?
I suppose they would be over in the classroom, I believe. Most likely with Aya.
Well, we could see if they're in at the moment then.
In that case, I wish you the best of luck. Especially if you can find poor Meldo. Himani seems positively beside herself.
I hope we find more than just them.
To say the least.
Yep. Well, thank you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon, and obviously keep us informed if anything comes up or changes, as we will for you.
Despite how sharp she was, she gives you a big goofy smile and waves her hand at you silently.
Alright, well. To the kids.
Sure enough, when you arrive at the class, you do see... Well, it's the children that are always hanging around at the indoors. However, they seem a little bit distraught, actually, as Air does immediately notice you walking in. Ah, it's Novakari and Faye, and their friends. Right. She kind of nudges Novakari. What was their name again?
You might
If
be
you're-
muted.
Yeah, I forgot that I was using push to talk for a second.
You're good.
Hi, guys. This is, and Novakari's gonna run over to the cleaner. This is the cleaner, and over here is Shaw, and she is going to attempt to pick Shaw up and bring her into the room.
Yeah.
Rappo.
I'm
Or
failing.
let it happen,
I'm
that
failing,
works
I'm
too.
failing.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring Shaw into the room and move her over.
Okay, I guess I'm in here now.
And this is Grandpa Ginkle, and Novakari's gonna run out and grab Ginkle's hand and drag him into the room.
Yeah, no,
Walking
Air
walked
was...
in fine on my own.
Yeah, Air was immediately, like, wincing. She was desperately trying to be, like, subtle about the fact that she forgot their names, but you immediately brought all the attention to it, which gets actually a small giggle from the kids out in the back, before they go back to looking a little bit distressed. Quickly, in particular, we'll go up to Faye. Hello, Miss Faye.
Hi, Quigley. What's wrong? What's going on with you guys?
The kid in the back, Ori, will actually be the one to pipe up. It's all Squawks. It's Spike. They've gone missing.
What?
Spike has gone missing. And of course, the children are not very helpful, so Air kind of like scooches over. They've been unconsolable.
Where was the last place you guys saw him?
It was over on the east side of Little Akiton. They just ran off. And they haven't come back. Normally they come back. Which the Kitsune Nakano will actually like nod.
Like, how far east? Like, that's not a lot of info.
They'll sure enough open up the map again, and they'll give you a location. Which is underneath that big bridge.
Hmm. It's not that far.
You'd also always tell us not to go past the bridge. So we haven't been able to go after them. Nakano will very sassily pipe up. Well, normally Spike goes to see his girlfriend.
Girlfriend.
Mm-hmm. That'd be Rasputin. The Squawks over at the bodega.
Huh.
But this is past the bodega, so I don't know where they've gone.
How long ago?
That would be quickly. That would be like piping up at that point. It was just yesterday.
Yesterday.
After you folks left the community center. And god damn it, the Vakari said be right back. Right when I was about to have... She just give the biggest puppy dog eyes. With those big bug eyes. At the Vakari.
Hold on, I came back when I was walking out of the room when I heard you talking about me. What?
One of the kids is giving you, like, the biggest puppy dog eyes. Staring you down.
Aww. Can we help the little friends?
And quickly, we'll also, like, just go over... Mr. Vakari, you're super strong. Can you help us fight Spike, please?
How can I say no to friends? Alright. Let's go find a Squawks. And I am going to pick up oh my god, I'm blanking on names.
This is fine. This one is Quigley. This one is Nakano. This one is Ori. And this one is Jikshk. Which is kind of hard to pronounce.
I'm going to pick up the I guess her name is Quigley?
Quigley is the red folk late illness.
Yeah. And I'm gonna start to walk out with
Air immediately desperately attempts to stop you. Please hold on. You can't just take the children and go. They're not like ducks at the park.
Can't just take ducks at the park.
Okay. But pigeons I can. And so I'm gonna put her back down. And then I'm just gonna pick up Shaw and start walking out with Shaw.
I
Fine.
guess we're going under the bridge. We'll see you guys later.
They'll kneel down to the children before her. Look, we'll be sure to go find him, alright? You guys just stay here, just do your best, alright?
Yeah, since you bonded with with Quigley in particular, she actually reaches to attempt to hug you after you say that.
They'll hug her. Absolutely.
Much, Miss Faye.
We'll be back as quick as we can, I promise.
She seems a little bit choked up. These kids really care about that Squawks.
She'll give her a pat on the head before she walks off.
As she walks by, Navakari is also going to grab Revel as she continues to walk. Are you putting Revel, like, on your back?
No.
Like a centaur?
I am holding Shaw and I'm just gonna grab Revel's hand and just walk. Like, I'm not picking up Revel, I'm just grabbing his hand as I'm walking by.
You're coming with me, Thumb. Come.
The cleaner's going to follow, but be mumbling to themselves in Russian as they walk with the rest of the party.
Like, so Rebel was up, like, watching everything. He was about to pull out their phone and type something out, but as they're going for their phone, it's like suddenly their hand is grabbed by something else. He looks over, he's just like, wait, what? Okay.
Dragged. Picked up and dragged.
As Novakari starts walking down the hall, she's gonna start singing a song about helping her friends. Just, we're off to help our friends. We're gonna find their Squawks, and we're gonna help friends and maybe make more friends too.
Her positivity's honestly infectious.
The children will remember that.
Speak for yourself.
Oh.
Revel would... caught off guard as they were, they would just smile and... hum a little bit and form some kind of melody to help the song along. Why not?
So,
I do want to know, however, something real quick.
Go ahead.
That I'm going to roll myself, so do please keep talking.
if that's the case, then here's the plan. I was gonna message the triplets, asking if they know any entrances to the ghost levels here, and talk specifically about the spot the kids pointed out to see if they know if that's an active ghost level entrance exit. If that's the case, then we know what happened to that kid, and we know where we're going next, because I am not leaving a child in the ghost levels.
No, they were talking about their
It's a
pet.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a squawks. It's not a child.
I don't
Either
know.
way.
Squawks could be sentient.
I mean, they are, but also,
Regardless, if that's also the case, then that's probably one of the portals that people are getting grabbed up by. If we go in there, that'll probably...
Here's a picture of a Squawks for the chat.
Yeah, if you made it yellow, it's Abby.
why is it got an energy drink?
Canned mustard.
Oh my fucking god!
I thought it
Nope.
was a battery.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
Is that a battery? It looks like a fucking can of, like some special monster can to me or some shit.
Could be
Honestly, it
either.
wouldn't surprise me if they had an energy drink that looked like a battery.
I'm surprised they haven't done that yet.
To be fair, though, to go along with what Debaxine was saying, there's been several people that have been abducted, and children are probably among that. So, at this point, Faye's just like, okay, I'm sick of this shit. This needs to get handled now.
Yeah. No, I am messaging, like, the triplets as we are walking to the bus stop to get on the bus to head over to, like, that entrance, the area that the squawks disappeared to, because that's probably our biggest lead until the triplets get back to us. That's a lot of dice you just... That's a
That's a lot of sides.
lot of sides effect.
Don't worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what all DMs say.
I'm not gonna say there was 54 children amongst the people who got missing.
That's a lot of children. Holy shit, dog.
That'd be a lot of children.
I think that
I
the
don't-
whole station would be in red alert if 50 children just suddenly disappeared.
I mean, this station is massive, hun.
It is massive.
True.
But still, 52 missing kids.
54?
That'd be too much.
Yeah. Still, that's my game plan, is I'm gonna message the triplets as we are in transit, like, waiting on the bus, and hope that I get text back from them being like, oh yeah, no, that's an entrance into the ghost levels or something. Or, we don't know if there's an entrance over there, check it out.
That's
I
what you
believe-
find.
I believe you also had something that you wanted to investigate via computers.
It was the hacking, but
Yeah, it was the hacking that was going to take hours, but I guess that's being put on the back burner for the moment.
Did you want to do that? Because I feel like the party's kind of in, like, yeah, we should probably go fast mode, but also, like, I don't want to rush you through something that you had your heart set on.
No,
I mean, I could.
it's entirely up to the party. The only thing I am not ready for is Knickknacks Part 2.
I mean, I could try and run the hack myself while y'all go and rescue the squawks.
But then if they get in trouble, you're not part of the party. Are you sure about that?
Is the party okay with that? Is the better question.
I would prefer to have your assistance on the battlefield.
I'm actually more worried about the reverse. Somebody coming in, seeing the cleaner by himself, and being like, hey.
It's also a
You know,
very
like
important
Ginkgo.
thing, yeah. Cleaner,
Huh?
do you think you're confident enough to stay behind alone if somebody notices you're alone and wants to capitalize on it? Or do you think it would be better to
AKA
come
the
with
people
us?
that were trying to get our ship.
Hmm?
I can hold my own.
Can we have, like, a flash cut to that time Ginkle was fighting against Bad and they just grabbed him by the head and chucked him? Like, as soon as you say that?
Okay, yeah, no. Just...
I think this is the DM's way of telling you don't split the party.
I'm not, but it's just a really funny mental image. Because you can actually split the party in this segment, but it's entirely up to you. You would not be able to roll with any help towards finding the squawks.
My abilities are much better suited to being out in the field. I don't know how well all the rest of you feel about it. That's where I am with that.
I can go either way.
What skills would be best at getting the squawks? Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, athletics would be good, but, like, what does anybody have a high, like, nature, maybe?
I have stealth. I do not have survival or athletics or acrobatics. But I do have deception, stealth, medicine, thievery. I wouldn't really say intimidation, maybe. Try to like.
Thievery
scare-
is used for lockpicking, by the way,
Yeah.
so it's pretty essential.
Looks like Faye is the best at nature.
It is survival to track a creature normally, unless you have some other ability.
My survival is okay.
Survival is still Faye at +9.
It's almost like I built her out to have all the skills in the world that you guys don't have.
Congratulations, you built Snafu somehow. Getting all the wisdom skills that nobody gets.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Faye would probably, as much as she would be good with the hacking, for one, she doesn't want to do that. She wants to do the "we need to move now" type. And her skills are pretty good on the field as well as staying back.
Cleaner, whatever you choose, we won't be too far. If you want to come with, that's fine. But if some shit goes down, you give us a heads up. We'll see what we can do to help.
I can do that.
Alright. The 5 of us are gonna go then?
I think Ginkle might hang back with the cleaner, just as, you know, nobody goes alone deal.
Alright.
So split 4 and 2.
Not bad, especially in a safe environment.
Yeah. Alright. 4 of us will head over, and this might be a good opportunity for me to whip out that ice cream and offer it to Faye, since Faye, you cover a lot of things that I don't, and vice versa. You know, the cooperative sea salt ice cream. Let me click the button for it on the on my inventory.
Also, I got the Squawks' gender wrong. Spike is actually the female one, and Rasputin is the male one. An unusual treat, made using the sea salts from the Akaton deserts. The ones that were previously oceans.
she will take the ice cream out, kind of fiddle with the packaging. The ability of future tech to keep itself cool even hours or days after purchase is crazy. Such a nuts installation. We're gonna ignore that. Anyway,
Abby,
what?
that's called a freezer.
Anyway, I'm gonna take out the ice cream and offer it to Shaw. Or Faye.
Pretty sure y'all can purchase a freezer or thermos or something. Or already have one.
Faye
So-
will eat the ice cream with Shaw.
Now, my question is, I don't think this is an automatic effect, so
We will
y'all
just-
gonna need to remember this is ongoing.
And what's great is there's this right-click thing called Exemplar Effects. Oh, item not found in PF2E messages?
I think it worked, though.
Okay. Alright. Cool.
Yeah, it's in your effects.
Cool. Alright. We've got ice cream.
Salty,
whilst-
but sweet.
Whilst this is ongoing for the next 24 hours, or until next time you do daily prep, yeah, no, you'll just be able to help each other with skill checks as long as the other person is an expert.
The only thing I'm an expert in is survival. Or not survival, intimidation.
Computers.
Yeah, this isn't gonna really help us here. Because sadly we don't have anything that can truly activate off of this. But I feel like it's
The
still
computer.
the computers maybe. Honestly, maybe the intimidation. Who knows? You might need to be scary to stop the little thing from running right between your legs.
You could coerce information out of somebody. You never know.
Yeah.
As you're making your way over to the bridge, it's like one of those high-speed fast ways that a lot of cars are like moving up and down of. Even like with the blockade over at this end of the district, there's still a fair amount of traffic. Although much less than what you'd expect, so you're still able to hear yourself think underneath that thing. You do find your way under there. You're not quite sure what to look for, as the tracks of the squawks are not exactly readily apparent unless you're quite the skill tracker.
Well, let's go ahead and take a shot at it.
Yeah, I'll see if there's any droppings or anything. Claw marks. Can I...
Anybody who's present can attempt.
Oh my god!
The spectrum.
Yeah!
I was getting ready to start a combat encounter there. I was gonna say, as Faye starts to look her way around the place, she does notice some tracks of some kind of animal, and she goes about to try to go and follow them, and like right as she's about to turn around a corner that leads straight to a bunch of people from the Crimson Queens gang and their pet dog, immediately Revel like grabs her and pulls her back. You found the actual tracks that lead to where the squawks ended up.
Oh, fuck. Thanks, Rebel.
Girl just gives a thumbs up, points to the track, and like the dog he is, follows.
Yeah, no, oof. That could have been like a 5-minute break asking people to give me a second to come up with a combat encounter. Ooh,
You said you were ready for everything.
I was not ready for that one.
My bad.
No one's ready for the nat one.
To be fair, I was sitting here contemplating re-rolling, and then I saw a dice on there. I was like, oh.
Boy, okay, hold on. I just want to show what that dog looks like real quick, actually.
What that dog doing?
Ugh.
Yeah, that thing does not look friendly.
No. No, I don't believe it does.
Oh, hey,
Yeah,
it's
thanks a
blue
lot,
dog.
Rebel.
It's a blue dog like you.
I think it could be a friend.
I don't
It's
think the things it's with are friends.
It's certainly friendly to the Crimson Queen gang members that you almost walked into.
It's also missing a leg.
No, I don't think it's missing a leg. I think that's just the default.
Yeah, it's just the artwork.
It looks like it's missing a leg, but okay.
I would have to pull it up again. That's it, right?
It has like one rear leg, but I think that might be by design.
Concern.
Either way, you do follow your way around. After almost walking into Crimson Queen territory, you immediately back out and continue making your way southeast, long past the Quarter Bodega, which is near where it last was seen. Eventually, the tracks do start to run cold as you end up at a corporate building, actually, that's been abandoned. Other than seeing, like, a pipe leading up into the place, it's kinda hard to guess where it went, other than up the pipe. That's, like, the most educated guess you can take. Normally, this would have taken multiple, survival DCs, by the way. However, with that nat 20, I skipped, like, 2 of them.
Alright,
I'm gonna pick up.
Is
no,
there-
Sorry. Sorry. Artie, go for it.
I was mainly gonna ask if there were, like, any street cameras or anything.
Around this area, there's a couple of them. Epsilon Security does respect the individual's, like, privacy. So, anything...
Yeah, but if this is towards a
Yeah.
corporation, then there should be a street that, like, leads to the corporate building.
Yeah, there's definitely one on the street to catch, like, any kind of crimes that would be occurring around the area. Let me roll a d3 of how many you can find. You can find exactly a single camera that is working. The others are broken.
Fail just kinda... Ugh. Well, that fucking sucks. Alright, at least there's one. Okay, I can start trying to hack this and see what footage I can find if you guys want to do some more investigating around.
Nova.
Yep.
Are you? Yep.
Yep.
Hey,
I thought,
I mean, shut the fuck up.
excuse you. Okay, Nova.
You heard me.
Are you able to?
I thought I heard Faye and the old man doing that earlier. I thought that was a cool thing to do.
This poor innocent bean doesn't know. She doesn't know, chat.
Kobolds do that from time to time. Hey, how good are you at climbing?
I'm not.
Okay, sorry.
-1.
I meant negative. I meant Nova. Sorry, I got confused. The yip had scrambled my brain. Kobold moments.
I'm good at climbing.
Are you able to?
Nova actually has an actual climb speed, so.
Are you able to?
Yeah,
climb
they do.
up this pipe.
I should be able to climb a pipe. Side.
It is a dark pipe. You're a small creature, though, so I'm not gonna ask you to squeeze, which is what I normally would require.
Do you
It
want a
is.
flashlight?
It is wet and dark
How big
there.
around is the pipe? I thought I was I thought I was going to climb on the outside of the pipe, but I guess I could climb up into the pipe if it's big
You
enough.
could try climbing the outside.
Yeah.
The outside would lead you to the side of the building, and you could look inside the windows, but probably
Well, I
not get in.
When I think of a pipe on the side of a building, I don't think of one that's big enough to actually climb inside. But,
It's like a sewage pipe.
okay, I can climb up the sewage pipe. That's fine.
Do you want to go inside or on the outside?
Does it look like... I'm going to ask everybody around. Does it look like the squawks went inside the pipe and up?
Someone would need to roll survival again to find that for sure. With the same DC as last time. As a crit success counted as 2 successes, but this brings it up to 3. As you're taking like a closer look at the pipe, it does look like the squawks marks have gone inside the pipes, up the pipe, and into the building.
Okay, then I will be climbing up the pipe, if I can.
That would still require a climbing check, as the insides of it are wet. You're never gonna get a crit failure, though. Let me put the climb... Do I have a climb DC for this, actually? Did they give me one? They told me you needed to squeeze, but I don't think they gave me a DC for that pipe. They don't.
Does a 28 at least succeed?
You more than succeed, you crit succeed, actually. I was going to use the same DC as the survival checks, which was 17. So that's a crit. You have 0 problem whatsoever making your way up into the corporate building that's been abandoned. But you're still by yourself in there. It does look like nobody's been there in ages.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like there's nobody been here in ages. Is it dark that I can't see? Or can I see for is there light coming in the window decently, or
There is in the area that you're in, yes. You have low light vision, so you can make your way a little bit deeper if you feel like it to search and see if you can find more tracks of that squawks. But that's up to you.
how many floors up would you say I am?
You know, it's a very good question. I kind of wish this journal told me that. Let's see. I will say about 6 floors. It's not the tallest building around, and it's definitely less tall than the ghost court that the triplets use. However,
Alright,
you're
I'm-
relying on your skill checks alone if you continue by yourself.
I know. Can I step into the room just a little bit and look around and try and roll a check to see if I notice anything inside?
Yeah, actually, that one would be just a straight up perception check against creatures hiding from you, if there are any. You don't find much of anything at all, actually.
Okay.
See if
Can I call down the pipe? Just yell down the pipe and say, it looks like it's an empty room. I don't see anything else.
You sure can. And you will probably be reminded by your cohorts that you have a cell phone. Afterwards.
Yes, but Novakari would not remember that she has a cell phone. So I'm gonna yell down the pipe. Hey guys, I only see an empty room. I don't see much of anything else.
It might have run deeper inside, and I don't want to leave Nova alone in there.
I mean, is there any way to, like, open the place from the inside?
I'm pretty high up, and I don't know if I'd be able to navigate all the way down to the front door.
You don't even know if it's in there anyway.
I get lost very easily.
Right, you were hacking the cameras to see if you could find that. You mentioned that, and I moved on, and I forgot about it.
Then let's
Where's
give
that
Fade
hacking
time.
check?
You're fine. I didn't want to interrupt anything.
Did you roll the hacking check?
I did
do
not.
not see. I do not see it. Yeah.
Oh my
God
god.
damn.
Jesus Christ.
These are Hyperion brand cameras, so you immediately know how to find any spots in the footage where there was activity. And sure enough, you happen to spot the squawks as it's heading up the pipe, like, very easily. Except the footage seems to glitch after you see it go up the pipe, and then it repeats itself where the squawks goes up to the pipe and gets pulled in instead, and then it glitches again and replays the normal going up the pipe moment.
Nova, get the hell out of there.
Okay. Nova is going to, I guess, go down the sewage pipe like a slide.
Yeah. I'm not gonna make you roll climbing downwards again. Although, actually, no, I should, because there's still the chance of accidentally hurting yourself on the way down. So please do roll climbing, just to be safe. Unless you want to take your time with your walk speed. Yeah, no,
Same exact roll.
Deja vu.
Yeah.
I've seen this roll before. Kind of like that footage.
Yeah, it's very strange. Why does it blip out then? Are they trying to?
It's ghost levels. It's quantum. That's the problem with this crap. It happened, but it also didn't happen. And now we have to observe and figure out which reality is the real one that happened. But we should probably see what the others are up to and probably get them over here. Because I feel like going into that building without them might not be the wisest idea.
We at least have a lead on where it went. It for sure went in there or was dragged in there. One of the fucking two.
Can we use the sparky rectangles to get them over here, or should we walk back?
I can message them.
And we should be cutting back to the cleaner and Ginkgo for their own hacking.
Would this be a good time for me to go and make dinner real quick for Artie and I?
This would be a great time for everybody to take a break.
Okay.
Awesome.
Alright, I'm gonna disappear and put some pizza in the toaster oven.
The hack train has no brakes.
Alright. Okay.
Like, of all people to be doing the hacking, me and you is funny, Mizu. Because it's like, I bust out custom firmware all the fucking time, so it's like, okay, yeah, I jailbreak, we all know this.
I do too.
And yeah,
As of-
it's like
as of-
you do
as
the
of
same
long
exact
ago.
shit.
Back in my day, R4 cards were the shit. Even in the modern day, R4 cards are the shit.
I have two of them, I think.
I have one.
I'm actually actively looking right now because the case is right next to me.
Yeah, I have one kicking around in one of my DSs somewhere.
Yeah, I have the R4 3DS and the R4 3DSi.
I need to get a 3DS R4 card. I only have the DS one right now.
Yeah, I'm
Granted, I
pretty
don't-
sure my regular DS one broke, and that's why I got the two 3DS ones I did. But one of them didn't work for the new 3DS stuff, so that's why I got the 3DSi one, which does work with the new 3DS stuff.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know where my 3DSs are right now, and I don't feel like looking for them.
But I'm gonna step away for a second.
Okay.
Your time. And for Mizu,
Yeah.
you know, I keep forgetting that hacking is not the actual skill. It's actually computers. You're right. Yes. Please do roll computers for that check.
I mean, it is the hack action.
Mm-hmm.
I am re-rolling that.
On that note, does Ginkgo want to help with that at all?
I mean, with what little Ginkle knows, I feel like it'd be one of those things where, like, the cleaner knows, like, has been doing this a while, and Ginkle's just like, hey, is that one of those things that might help? And it's, like, one of those things that they pass over because they've been doing it a while.
Hmm.
But yeah, let's see if, just with a little bit of aid from Grandpa, we find something helpful.
Well, my re-roll was an 18 on die for a 27 total.
I will tell you that the DC is actually 35.
What
It is
the
absurdly hard.
fuck?
As I believe you were attempting to hack into the account of that one professor from the Eye.
No. I wasn't trying to hack the account. I was trying
Okay.
to trace their IP address.
That is still something that would be going up against the DC of Absalom Space Station itself, because it is its infosphere. So as a matter of fact, the DC should be 45, because Absalom Space Station is a level 20 settlement.
Motherfucker! I'm just trying to find out where this post came from.
It is-
Son of a bitch!
I'm not gonna give you a crit failure because I revealed that afterwards. But you definitely do not find your way towards where exactly that post came from.
Well, fuck me sideways.
Technically speaking, Ginkgo could also try. With your help.
The result would be the same?
True, unless you've got
We
some
can't-
other idea of
we-
how you
we
want to
can't-
approach it.
We can't hit 45.
You sure can't if you're trying to trace somebody's IP.
Wait, you said 45?
Yes!
As in 4, 5.
I heard 35, and I was like, the only way I'm gonna get anything other than a failure is on a crit success.
It
Yeah, no,
was. I then side retconned it.
You're right, I did retcon it because I was like, wait a minute. She gave me a level for this in the newest book. I guess a level 20 settlement.
Trying to work with the settlement to find the location. I'm not trying. It's not like I'm trying to brute force my way into the fucking Pentagon.
In that case, that would be gathering information using diplomacy.
Fucking.
As you're actively going on the forums and asking, where the fuck is this post from?
Ginkle.
Yep, that's it.
How diplomatic are you? How good of a talker are you?
And I'm going to also ask, are you directly contacting them or other people? Like in the
Little column A, little column B.
one or the other, please.
I mean, considering that the missing persons report, to my trained eye, looks legitimate, I'd probably reach out to the account directly.
Yeah, no, like, there's footage of them getting dragged into a fucking elevator, and they're saying, no, this is fake footage. But you're pretty certain, you, the cleaner, are feeling pretty certain that it's real footage.
So that's why I'd like to ask them about it directly.
Yeah, that's definitely diplomacy then.
Ginkle, how good of a talker are you?
Relatively decent, I suppose.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how decent are we talking? Because I'm like a 3 at best.
I'd say I'm about an 8 or a 9.
Okay, you talk, I'll help. I'm going to roll for aid using diplomacy. To teach Grandpa how to be hip with the tech lingo.
You're literally teaching him internet culture so he doesn't make an ass out of himself.
And failing miserably.
Well, you're not making it worse. At least.
Yeah.
The Ginkle is just, how do you do, fellow kids?
Yes.
This is the moment you've been waiting for as the old man of every party. You're going on the internet to try to connect with children.
You're trying to connect with your fellow youths.
Actually, she's a professor. She's fucking like 35 or something. So, or 40 even.
She is young compared to both of us. The fuck do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm re-rolling.
Please. Jesus Christ.
Boy.
That's so much better.
Alright. Okay. Now, I don't know how much you remember of like the spiel I gave about Arta, the Arcanimarium professor living in the I sector of Epsom Space Station. This lady.
It's been a bit, so I don't remember too much of the finer details.
So basically, her whole shtick is that she's one of the people that's been affected by the newborn god's birth that sent psychic ripples all throughout space. And essentially, she's made this like study group with her students to study and talk about theology and like everything relating to that. As well as, it turns out, they're a group of a bunch of nerds, and they love talking about sci-fi movies and TV shows. And sure enough, with that 28, you're actually capable of, like, kind of grasping what they're talking about. And, like, it's a little awkward at first to join that discussion. And ask about, like, what exactly are you asking Arta? About her disappearance, I'm guessing? But, like...
Well, I feel like Ginkle's plan was going to be to try to arrange a meeting with her in regards to the newborn god situation. And I think one of the ways that he would is by saying that he has noticed that there has been disruptions in his telepathic communication between himself and his great-granddaughter due to the goings-on relating to the newborn god, and basically wanting to meet up to compare notes.
Okay, that's a very hot diplomacy roll you did. However, this is deception, as you are lying.
Alright, I will roll deception.
But sure enough.
I cannot help you with this, just so you're aware.
Yeah, but sure enough, you're at least starting on a good note. Because of that diplomacy roll, we can see you did a very good first impression with them. As you're hitting it off with those nerds in that chat room.
All right, deception roll, go. Not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah, that one's a little less hot, but she buys it. She buys it. She's keeping an open mind. She is all about the occult stuff. And sure enough, she's not against the idea of meeting up, because she does often have meetings with her students. And somebody does pipe up in the chat, actually, of that infosphere-like sphere, and mentions that they did plan to have a discussion meeting soon. However, Arta does mention it would be kind of weird to just invite some random stranger to one of these for something like that. And that's kind of where I'm gonna head the ball back to you guys.
She is willing to meet up, but it'd have to be outside of, like, class time type of deal. Yeah? Is that... Am I understanding that correctly?
That's indeed what one of the people let slip in that chat room, is that they're gonna do that anyways. And they suggested you might as well come.
Oh. We have an inn.
You have an in, but the teacher herself is not into the idea, because you're just a random stranger. You've made a good first impression. You've also successfully lied to her. I'm gonna need one last success to really seal the deal.
And you
I
said
get-
she was holed up where? Like, what section of the station?
She did not mention where she is right now, but normally she would work in the Eye. In specifically, I wonder if it's actually on the map. It might be if I go look.
It is.
It is not. That would be the Arcanumerium, which would be somewhere around this section of Epsilon Space Station. Around the Eye.
Alright.
It's basically a university. Which kind of sounds familiar, doesn't it? Wonder why.
You're the teacher. Makes sense to me.
Howdy.
Years
Welcome
ago
back.
in my head, I am trying to brain.
I
Would
heard
you
you try
like-
to. I heard you try to beat a DC 35.
45.
Yeah, it was 45. Did you know they put levels to cities? I like that.
Huh.
Much like they give items levels, too. Rest of the party can also throw suggestions at Kane and Mizu, since they're working on this, even if it's out of character. Heck, it can be in character, y'all have phones.
Mizu is drawing a blank at the moment, unfortunately.
I wasn't fully in the conversation as I was prepping dinner. But what's the short synopsis?
Basically, they managed to contact the teacher who's been reported as missing, but is not missing, that you found out about previously, that is related to the newborn god. And one of our students in that conversation let slip the fact that they are planning a meeting soon, and they might as well meet up since Kane lied successfully to say that they wanted to meet up.
Could always go the truth. This is a professor who studies the occult and strange, right?
Yes. but Kane essentially lied, saying, I want to meet up and compare notes because my telepathic connection to my granddaughter is not great.
Could add on to that and say your granddaughter knows somebody who has some knowledge on those sorts of things, and then awkwardly try to force Shaw into being like, oh yeah, I know about the ghost levels. Wait, oh shit. They all want to know about the ghost levels, fuck. And just do that behind her back.
You tell me if you want a hint.
That might be helpful.
Alright. You could get in touch with Faye and ask her to roll occultism and mysticism or religion. Because you mentioned that she was a telepath, or rather your granddaughter was a telepath. And at that point she'd have to pretend to be that telepath.
I mean, in the text, it's not really so much a lie as we do have the telepathic bond within eyesight.
That is indeed why I'm allowing this at all.
So this is like an online forum, pretty much, that Ginkle's been participating in a conversation in.
Yeah, you basically busked into, like, the occult infosphere. It's like one website removed away from the Ghost Carrier forums.
This is basically Ginkle copy-pasting the link to the forum to Faye to say, help me out, I said we're having trouble with my granddaughter's psychic abilities.
Oh, god damn it. Grandpa, what are you getting me into?
Yeah, this would be around the time that you found the building, too. As it takes a couple of hours to, you know, influence somebody like that. And lie to them.
We have Party 1, looking for someone's lost pet. Party 2, Ginkle and the Cleaner run a psyop.
What else is new?
Alright, so you said I would roll religion or occultism?
Yes. To essentially pretend like you know what you're talking about.
Can I aid?
I'm not trained in occultism, so religion it is.
Can I aid
You
using
could aid.
my occultism?
If you use occultism, you can aid Faye's religion roll. I would allow that in this case, since the two are pretty intertwined.
I believe that is a normal success.
It indeed would be a normal success for Faye.
Alright, one sec. I think I'm gonna re-roll that.
It also didn't have the +1.
Huh, weird.
I have aid active. That's weird.
Let me activate it for you. How about that? I saw the animation pop up. Literally rolling 10 more, actually. Let me see. Is that a crit success for that last check?
It's 27 technically. Because once again, it didn't put aid on for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, you're right. It didn't. Yeah, let me go take a look back at that DC again. Artemis, I want you to know that the DC is 17. So you
Hell yeah!
because of the help from Shaw.
So Faye gets her hero point back, yeah?
No.
She didn't. Okay.
She still rerolled.
I
Fair
rarely
enough.
use it anyway. I am more than willing to use it on this.
Fair enough.
And like, you've actually greatly helped this investigation, actually. It's a combination of Shaw's knowledge of occult magic and the actual occult goings-ons and urban legends in Absalom Station, like, combined with your actual knowledge of mystic powers and psychic bonding, that really help you bullshit your way into, like, actually explaining how you're linked to Ginkle psychically, and saying that you're having these nightmares about... actually, hold on, let me... It's almost like you're getting divine inspiration. Let me look at a thing real quick.
Man, I love when the gods talk to me.
Yeah.
Hey, you could probably talk about that on the forums.
Yeah, it's almost like you're getting divine inspiration because you're saying that you've had these weird nightmares, and these thoughts about suffocating inside a cocoon, and sure enough, everybody in that chat room just immediately lights up, and they say, I've had those dreams too. That's exactly what those meetings are about, is to talk about that, and like, all possible, like, fear or concern that the teacher was having is completely gone. They fully trust you. Like, it's quite uncanny, actually, just like how that burst of inspiration very much got you, like, to say exactly what was actually correct. And
Let's go.
Sure enough, they mention that you're totally welcome to join their group at their next meeting. However, they have not decided which location they wanted to do it in. Because it turns out, Arta will mention, she's been stuck in Little Akiton this entire time since the lockdown. But thankfully her students were actually with her. So they were trying to figure out some place to do it.
Oh, what would be a good place to suggest? Because we know places.
You sure do. Which is why I cared so much about having this map. Some of the currently running propositions would be one of the other teachers' apartment here in Little Akiton. Another one is Sonic 6's Diner, which you know the location of, but have never been. And another one is to simply do it online and to not meet. But a lot of people are against that idea.
What was the first option?
The first option was one of the other teachers' apartments here in Little Akiton. The location of which you do not know, because that's somebody's personal home address.
Is this where we bring out the diner? Is this where we finally go to the diner they've been advertising in the sky since we fucking got here?
You don't know what's over there, but it's one of the suggested areas. They mentioned that it would be kind of awkward to have a conversation there because it's such a hot spot. And you know, how long have we been streaming? It's been 3 hours.
Yeah.
That's also something you could leave for later to decide during downtime.
That might be something we need to talk about and decide during downtime.
Because honestly, you're like a quarter of the way to 4 quests. I'ma just say you become level 4 at this point.
Let's
The next time you can go to sleep.
go!
I was gonna be like, yeah, get halfway done with 2 quests. for level 4. And then I'm just like, well, you're a quarter of the way done with 4 quests. It's the same thing.
I mean, I guess at this point, what we should probably do is just like, reach out to insert fucking burner account name here when y'all have a location, or we'll be back when we have a location that works for us. Something like that.
What time is it right now, anyway?
This is in the second part of the day. Let me take a look. We're currently the 11th of the month. And since this is the second part of the day, this would have been ongoing after noon. I'm assuming y'all don't wake up at 6 a.m.
Are you kidding me? We don't have a snafu to make us do that.
Or a Toby.
So I'm gonna say y'all probably wake up. I'm gonna average it down to 9. You take care of your morning routine. You had downtime activities. That was half the day gone. At this point, it would probably be like 6 or 8 p.m.
We'll reach out tomorrow. Or the day after.
There's no rush. The discussion is not planned to be happening for another week at least.
Oh! Okay.
But once they have
Cool.
a location figured out, that's
Yeah,
when
once-
they'll put out a date.
Cool. Once they have a location figured out, reach out to insert burner account name here.
That's something we could actually use the calendar for once they have that figured out.
Anyways, aren't we expecting like a text message from Nova or something?
Are you?
I was gonna text them and be like, "Hey, we found this building. Drop address. There is some quantum stuff happening here."
By the way,
And I'll send a copy of the video footage too.
Yes, the video footage specifically shows the squawks going up to the pipe, climbing up into it, and then the video repeats showing it getting dragged in instead by Shadowing Tentacle. And then it repeats again, showing it going inside the pipe.
Fuck! Ginkle, we gotta go.
May takes a moment to temper the Hyperion camera. Go on. How?
You know how.
It's an abandoned building.
She wants no evidence of her being here, period.
That's pretty smart.
Ginkle? Ginkle, stop talking with your new friends. We gotta go.
Prop some ramen. Do I need to make an actual shop for that ramen guy?
No, I'm just hungry. I don't want the
I mean,
effects. I just want a full belly.
I don't know. Those effects are pretty good. They could have helped a lot during this investigation.
True.
I don't know, I rolled a nat 20. I feel pretty good about mine.
You sure should.
Hell, I helped both sides. What the fuck am I talking about?
Yeah, you basically did both sides' jobs.
Hey, I helped.
You did.
I tried to help. It's not my fault. It was a fucking DC 45.
You still made your way around the internet in a way Ginkle could not have done.
True. I guess I'm gonna go grab some ramen for Shaw on the way to this building.
I'm just
Probably
saying,
for
those are
everyone
pretty
else,
good
too.
effects.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab some for the whole party.
I'm assuming normal ones instead of the 10 gold ones.
How much money do we have? Yeah, probably best to grab the normal ones for now. We're not exactly flush with cash. Nor do I have
Not till we rob
gold.
a bank.
Yeah, I also don't exactly have 60 gold pieces on me, on my person. It's like half of our party stash in gold. No, thank you.
Powerful effects. On that note, Revel does have one.
Ramen?
Yeah.
I still think I have one too.
So 4 then.
I got ramen on my pants.
I am begging you, please tell me Shaw owns a thermos.
Yeah, we'll say it's like that. One
Good.
of those multi-thermoses that has like a cold section and Oh wait, there's
You
an
know,
actual
something
item.
Faye just has.
Oh good,
Yeah,
I'm
I-
keeping my ramen in there.
I was gonna say, Faye actually has a thermos, thank you very much.
Let me scroll back up. Yeah. I believe. If I could find it, I rolled occultism for Shaw specifically. That is something that the guide tells me to do. Is have whoever is the best at occultism roll it secretly,
Oh okay.
and you got a 28.
Oh
Earlier.
okay, that's a 19.
Yeah, you rolled a 19 on the die. You can... I can confirm that these are 100% the ghost levels. You found an actual entrance point in this
Alright.
office building.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, alright, it's an entrance point here. I'm gonna send it to, the ghost couriers I know as well.
Oh.
What are you saying, Mizu?
I just popped my knuckles, that's all.
Okay. Are you actually telling that to other ghost couriers that you know, Shaw?
Specifically, the triplets. I am not
And
putting
sure
it on the.
enough-
I am not putting it on the forums. I am giving it to them specifically.
Very wise. But sure enough, the triplets do get back in touch with you, but it's specifically Twick, the female of the tree, who says, "When you have time, Shaw, we need to meet. It's kind of important and related to your little discovery."
Did they disappear? Question mark.
No, it's not. It's someone else who wants to meet up. Are you cool with that,
Who?
friend?
Okay. Can you meet us, or is it us going to you?
Better not do that at the hideout, preferably.
Can you make it to current address?
That's the... It's like the abandoned part of town. What is your group doing over there?
We found an entrance.
Another entry point? In Little Akiton?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. That'll definitely be of interest to our mutual friend here. I'm gonna need to make a goddamn map for this the buildings outside if that's the case. Unless you suggest meeting elsewhere, I'm gonna get started on that.
Oh. Like we need to take a 5-minute while you do that?
Yes.
Do you have a map you can repurpose?
Not one that's just the outside of a building, no. I've got some random encounter maps that I was previously going to use. Let me see. Maybe I got something. Oh yeah, of course I got the first map from the first session, of course. I could use that. It is a damn good looking map too. Let me activate that real quick. So, let's say the corporate building y'all were looking at is off the map, shall we? Let me go grab Twick and I'm gonna start dropping people on the map. The question is, are you waiting for everybody to get together before meeting with Twick or not?
I would say...
And are you going with anyone else?
I would say... it's probably best we all go together.
Are you telling them that?
I'm going to ask if they want me alone or the crew. Because we have a proper name. The Unguided Souls, or the Unguided.
Oh, very nicely changed your party name. Good.
We tried.
I can't believe a random song that I found in an old Gifts with Sound video that I really like ended up being the fucking brain blast for the name of our party.
Sounded good, though.
Thank you. I should send the song in the Starfinder chat at some point.
But yeah, if they're asking, like, if they're genuinely curious of, like, I am asking, do you want me or the party?
Twick will reply, the individual specifically wants you privately.
Okay, I'm bringing the party, but I'm not telling her that I'm bringing the party, and I'm going to, basically, what I'd like to do is specifically just tell the party to stay back, and Faye will know if there's a problem.
I'm good at that.
I think that's the best way for me to put it, is like, you guys stay back. If there's a problem, Faye will bring you guys in.
All
Like,
right.
Does that sound good?
Fine by me.
Okay. Should I separate myself from the group then and find a spot to do the clandestine meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Is it just
The
this
meet-
upper section or the lower section?
The meetup would be taking place around this location. We
To
could
the
say that
s- Sorry.
the corporate building is like off the map to the north.
Oh, that's part of the map, is the blackout areas. I see.
Funnily enough, you stepped right on top of where I had their token in, so I had to move you, sorry.
It's okay.
Alright. Sure enough, darting and weaving from other alleyways. You do eventually see Twick taking a dip from around one of the garbage trash cans. Who turned on the lights?
I did, because I wanted to make sure it was actually them. Because I can't see anything, so like I literally am walking on darkness, not like
Oh,
darkness,
damn.
darkness.
You mean-
Yeah.
Let me fix that. What about now? I thought you had low light vision.
I do have low light vision. It's not working.
Weird.
Hang on, I've got a flashlight.
That's why I did it.
Huh. You know what? Let me just disable. Token vision. What about now?
That works.
Alright. And sure enough, you do see Twick, aka Twitch, darting across some alleyways. She does go up to you, and she's immediately looking upset. I told you to come alone.
They're not in audible range. They're here to make sure I don't get shot. We can still be private, but if you want me to ask them to step further away, I can. I'm not going to be alone without them, though.
Yeah, well, it's just that... I get it, okay? They're fine. But the friend doesn't exactly get that, do you? Understand what I mean?
If you want, I can have them stay further back. I just don't want to become Swiss cheese suddenly.
It looks like Twitch was like about to continue with another argument as an individual does actually drop down from a nearby building. That won't quite be necessary.
Oh,
As sure enough, a Patra ends up jumping down from the nearby building.
is this the Lotus that I've heard so much about?
Once again, Twick looks like she's about to say something, and he immediately cuts her off. Yes, that would be me.
Got those kids worried sick, you know.
I guess that's not too surprising. The reason why I wanted to meet is not actually related to that, however.
Yeah.
Your friends are awfully close to this conversation, don't you think?
I can ask them to take a step away. I'll send a mental message looking over. Step on over to the other side of the bridge.
Specifically, not within eyesight of you.
Okay.
That statement alone has a certain weight to it.
Oh.
You know that he knows.
I see. You've done your homework.
That is kind of the subject of the conversation that I want to talk about.
Is it the kid? The kobold?
Not within eyesight.
Keep moving, guys. Till I can't see you no more.
Am I still in your eyesight?
Right, I disabled token vision for here. We'll just say party is out of vision and thus unable to communicate telepathically with Shaw. Assuming y'all are actually obeying.
How about this? I'll hide behind the building next to you, so that way there's literally no way that they can see me, but they can see my tail sticking out. Is that fine? That way they know I'm still standing.
I suppose that's fine.
Anyway. So, what's the dates?
Alright, give me a second because I'm trying to find the goddamn journal info. You know, I should have actually just, like, placed Lotus's thing in his fucking description for the NPC. I'm gonna start doing that from now on. So I'm not scrambling looking for stuff.
It's fine.
Sorry about that.
You're good, you're good.
Why is it not in the Chapter 2 journal? I am so upset about this.
We accidentally go too far past chapter 2.
God, could you imagine? Alright, now I'm ready.
Okay. So you wanted to talk about the kid?
Yeah, that would be actually... It's better news than you expect, to say the least. I just prefer to be careful.
Understandable.
For starters, I do need to thank you for what you've done for your fellow ghost carrier. He says, giving a thumbs point over at Twick.
Was nothing. Look, we all know what it's like down there. I don't want to risk losing a good courier.
Well, normally when somebody gets sloppy, well, you just take their loot and move on. Not everyone's quite as nice as you are.
There are so few allies in this world. It is so foolish to just discard them like that.
You can see Lotus, like, it's kind of hard to tell their facial expression because of, we show their artwork. Their face being all covered up like that, but they kind of just give a stare that causes Twick to twinge. Apparently, they tried shooting you when you first met.
It's the ghost levels. We weren't exactly being stealthy. We had a bunch of citizens with us, and our prerogative was getting people out safe, and then the mission. I don't like seeing innocents get stuck down there, especially when there were kids involved. I understand where they had to be, and had to do what they had to do to keep themselves safe. But just because it's a dog-eat-dog world doesn't mean we have to eat each other.
Maybe I should ask you for help next time I'm training up some new couriers. Alright. Let's actually talk about why I'm here. Do you know exactly who that kobold girl is?
Well, that depends. How much homework did you do on me?
Well... Karen leans back against a piece of dumpster. All I know is that you showed up in Absalom Space Station about... what was it now? A couple of years back. And the first thing you did was... supposedly get out of the ghost level. And now, see, that's the funny thing. People didn't see you go in.
Yeah, the levels are funny like that. So many different
see.
entrances.
Now, see, that's the fun thing. Just about everybody seems to non-stop be reporting about people going into the ghost levels at pretty much every hour of the day. That's pretty much the only reason I moderate these damn boards, to be honest. But you... nobody ever reported you going in. Now, I'm not going to ask exactly where you got in. That's not exactly important for this conversation.
Well, if you know me, then you know I have found myself in situations before. I enjoy finding the diamonds in the rough. Loot, information, all those kinds of things, and that kid, from what I've been able to gather, is definitely one very, very interesting diamond stuck in quite a bit of rough.
Well, you're not the only person that seems to think that, given one of the jobs that I had was to stalk her.
Let me guess. Akar Elurai?
kind of raises an eyebrow at you mentioning that. That's like just about the only facial expression you can see on that Patra's face.
We've met up with a couple others that were hounding her under that title, or under their employment.
Well, that certainly would explain a couple of things, actually. All the more reason for me to pull out of that job.
Something's fishy, and it ain't the sewer water.
If I was a cow, I would take offense to that, but I'll take it in good spirits.
It's fine. Do you know how many people at the bar try to outfox me?
I suppose that's quite alright.
But
Alright. The first thing I want to know is, what do you know about her exactly? You seem to have been dodging the question here.
I know things, but she doesn't want me saying a lot of them. But I know what she's told us about her past. I'm not going to go into details for her privacy. She is still a younger woman after all. I don't want to be spilling the beans on stuff she's not comfortable with.
Alright. How familiar are you exactly with her family in that case?
I know a bit of history about the Akar Elarai, more about their founders than anything else.
In that case, that's good. You do know what I know, which is that she's connected to one of the biggest syndics guild on the station.
Yeah. She's definitely a popular child, and it's not easy to gather. She's covered in relics from that family. Literally. It's not difficult to, put that piece of the puzzle together. It's the damn first thing I noticed about her.
With that, you'll definitely hear a bit of a scoff underneath that mask. Alright. I suppose beyond that, it's beyond my pay grade. I've decided to back out of that job, to say the least. This is not money I'm looking to get, to say the least. The real reason why I wanted to get in touch with you is to tell you that, well, the Ghost Carrier community owes you a fair debt, to say the least, so... With that, he actually, reaches into their bag and will hand you, or rather, he's not handing you it, but it's a communicator. And he's like, you know that thing where you're doing local wireless data transfers? He's, activating it.
Mm-hmm. I will take out my comm device.
And you'll definitely get that request to actually exchange information locally. It's not connected to the infosphere in any way.
That's fine. I will street pass, yes.
It is a street pass that he's trying to do with his communicator, and what you receive is
gets
actually.
A me. I'm from Galorian. Wait a minute.
That's fine. That's fine. Very shortly, a tiny, adorable avatar of what looks like Lotus's outfit does end up arriving and giving you a letter, which actually has information, namely a bunch of pictures showing what looks like markings in the ghost levels. I've decided to start normalizing how ghost couriers interact with one another, if you catch my drift. We could say that your experience with Quick here has been enlightening, to say the least.
I remember something like this. Long time ago, thieves would talk to each other with symbols. Thieves' cant, I think, is what it was called. It's not really something really used anymore. But, is this what that is?
That's pretty close, actually. A circle with a horizontal line means that it's safe to camp in the area. A circle with an X, through it, warns of danger. A crescent with a vertical line means do not trust your own senses. An X marks the spot of a cache or an important find. If you see eyeballs, stay away.
Is this written down? I need to write this down.
I am writing that down for you.
Thank you.
And that is a big part of why I had a PDF open this entire session, is because Lotus wanted to give you this information.
The secret sauce!
Yeah, you have gotten actual Ghost Courier lore.
Oh my god. Is that actually like a part of my lore then? Like, is that actual lore that I can get?
You know, normally I would say no, but I'm half tempted to just give it to you because of this event. It's incredibly niche and very much unlikely to ever become relevant outside of the ghost level.
That last line is tremendously important, by the way.
Is there any sort of way to verify a courier's mark from somebody doing something malicious? That
They
way...
say that gremlins have a very peculiar way of writing these. Some of the more magically inclined individuals amongst the ghost carriers have been able to detect magic that tell a true from a false.
So, normal couriers will write in ink, while gremlins will use magic.
Provided you don't get one that uses a knife.
Next time I'm at the bodega, I'll pick up a couple Sharpies for the gang. That way we can at least, keep things on the up and up when we go through.
I trust you'll be able to keep at least most of this information to yourself, right?
Yeah.
We already have gremlins making fakes. We don't need any more people doing fakes.
Yes. You need my information, so we can keep this information up to date as well if any new symbols need to be devised or revisions to symbols need to be made.
We could keep in touch on the forums.
Good.
As you do notice his username from the exchange of information. This is the top moderator of the forums, actually.
Oh, you're L0TI3S. Oh.
His username is indeed a bunch of gibberish. Never posts anything, they just moderate.
Alright, well, I'll share Shaw's username, I guess. What is Shaw's username?
Please tell me it's Ghost of Shaw.
I'll just say it's Ghost of Shaw.
Thank you. Because that's a very reasonable thing for it to be. Another thing worth mentioning is the person that bought me my services to stalk that girl. Well, they happen to be in town now.
Are they at Kitsune?
Sure enough, they indeed are.
Let me see if I can remember the one that we faced. I believe he was a tan kitsune? Walking around with a... Who's the big creature he was with? I'm trying to remember. This is out of character.
Out of character, that was a Kasafa, which is the people with 4 arms, like Imani that you met earlier at the community center.
Did they have a Kasafa with them?
Big guy, kind of scary. Yeah, they did.
Oh, good. I've met them too.
I could see that if I kept doing this job, this would eventually lead to some kind of bloodshed, and I'd much rather avoid that.
Yeah, no, we've been clean so far, aside from the incident with the cleaner when we first entered. We've tried to stay up and up, but unfortunately it's on the infosphere, and that's never coming down.
You notice what kind of raised another eyebrow there? Did you say the cleaner?
Not this. There are. Okay. I need to clarify. There is apparently 2 cleaners.
Are you talking about the one that's a crack shot assassin in the underworld? Or the other one?
There is one that uses superhero gear and one that does not. Whichever one is the
Alright.
one that does not is our cleaner.
That... Alright, okay.
Is
That
that
explains a few things.
Yes. It gave me a nice new scar on my arm by... Yeah. But... Wait, what do you know of him?
About the superhero?
No, the other one.
I love how confusing this is.
The crack shot assassin.
All I know is that if they weren't already busy with a job at the time, they would have hired him instead of me to stalk her. First question they asked me is how willing I was to murder somebody.
Keeps that burner phone on him. I wonder.
I got it from Jill Zakma. We've been over this.
I wasn't there for that. I walked in after. You didn't tell me shit about this, dog. This is what my character knows.
It was literally on the ship when Faye took it from me and stripped it of its Hyperion shit. You were there for that, you lying bitch.
I didn't remember that one, actually. Wait a minute.
That did happen, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I was staying calm until that was brought up.
Okay. No, that would have been a fun piece
I
of
like
intrigue.
violence.
That would have been a fun piece of intrigue, though. Like, trying
It
to
would've
play...
been.
It would have been a fun piece of intrigue to play along with. Like, is the cleaner secretly, like, betraying us? I don't know.
I mean, you're more than welcome to question that anyways, based on this information you've been given now.
True. But, I mean, she's going to ask you, have you gotten any jobs recently? Or, job offers. But,
No.
I'm not asking that to you now. I'm currently behind a dumpster. I'm currently behind a dumpster eating pizza with a rat and a cat.
Continue your intrigue about the cleaner, please. I'm getting some popcorn. This is fantastic.
I'm a panther, thank you very much.
Ugh. Okay.
I'm dying in here. That had me laughing so hard.
This is like my favorite bit because I was like, how do I make Mizu's character relevant? Wait a minute. And then it's the gift that keeps on giving because it keeps evolving.
It does. It's great.
The other cleaner. I need to know. Where does he work out of?
You were talking about Mizu there, right?
No.
The superhero guy. I got no idea. They're kind of loud, to say the least.
Do you know where he was last spotted?
I think it was actually in Little Akiton before the blackouts happened.
Hmm.
Apparently he's coordinating with 2 other superheroes, or wannabes, on the station.
Who were they?
The other one is operating in the puddles. They're kinda more quiet. Prefer to take care of things from the shadows. As for the third one,
That's my thing.
third one's some heroine that's been handling things over in the eye. Capable of solving mysteries in the blink of an eye, so they say. All I know is that they're incredibly cringy.
Like, he gives you the most serious look as he says that. Like, those eyes look tired.
Somebody caught a video of them. They have a big charade and speech, and then after that there's a flash of light and they transform or something.
Oh no, he's a Starlit Sentinel.
My god, they're fucking Power Rangers. Or Common Riders.
Oh, dear God. Okay, well, good to know. I hope that they are with us and not against us.
Have you gotten into trouble with the police or something?
Our cleaner decided to try to break up some cult shenanigans in public, and unfortunately, I was recorded in the footage getting shot and returning fire in self-defense.
Huh.
There's a reason I've
I'm
been
pretty-
walking around with my hood down.
That you're currently not wearing because you gave it to the cleaner.
Yes. And I have been having to use my tailless form.
I also feel like it's a known fact that sometimes the cleaner will just shoot someone or something in broad fucking daylight.
Hence why they're known as a crackshot assassin in the underworld. It's the first NPC you talk to that actually knows you properly.
Great. Well, I really hope I don't meet them. It's gonna be something painful, isn't it? Like, I can see it. I'm not psychic, but I can see it. We are stopping someone from doing something bad, and they show up, and they think we're the bad guys, and they're going to do this whole spiel. I can see it already. Ugh. She's like holding her eyes, or rubbing her temples, as she's just like, ugh, there is no way this ends well.
Maybe if you're lucky and you keep interrupting them during their speech, they won't be able to transform.
I wonder if I'm able to lob a sock in their mouths while they're giving their big speech.
Now that'd be the funniest thing on the infosphere since last year.
Well, I mean, if I've already got a reputation, might as well uphold it.
I did ask, why exactly are you wanted by the police exactly?
Self-defense. When the cleaner took a shot at those cultists, they took a shot back at me. Hit, I pulled out my gun, hid behind a pole, and took shots at them until they surrendered. I know that, while self-defense is still self-defense, doing so with a one of these, and she'll kind of pat to her laser rifle, isn't exactly looked kindly upon by the police.
Well, if it had happened in Little Akiton, there would have been less trouble, but I believe that was in the Vesk quarters, so that makes a little more sense.
I'm just going to avoid that area for a bit while the heat cools, and I pray to God I don't wind up on any more wanted lists.
You go ahead and do that. I believe that was everything I needed to talk to you about. Just...
There's something I need to tell you two as well.
Hmm?
I found an entry point.
Do you know which ghost level it goes into?
We haven't explored it yet, we just know that it's there. I'm giving you guys the heads up first, in person, before something gets online.
I'm guessing you'll share the address
Yeah,
with Lotus.
yep.
Well, if that's the case...
I'm taking the group in to see if we can try to get to the bottom of this cultist whole thing, but it's the ghost levels. I could come out in 5 minutes or 5 days.
Guess we'll have to see which one it is in that case. It really depends on which of the ghost levels you actually end up in.
Lotus will kind of like stop to think to himself for a hot second. Somewhat quietly, in fact. Uncomfortably quietly.
You got anything about it?
Well... if it goes inside the same level as entry point Siphon, you would have to deal with sewage and noxious oozes. Not to mention mutations, potentially from the radiation.
Oh god. Well, the good thing is we did find a rad box last time we were down there. What's it called? Radiation sweeper and a radiation buffer. It's not exactly going to stop anything. The buffer, yes, but the sweeper will at least give us somewhat of a heads up, but it's good to know that there is radiation down there. Well, yeah, the entrance we went into was actually probably the nicest time I've been in the ghost levels. Clean hallways, maintenance robots actually trying to keep the place maintained, and only one living creature of ooze.
And actually, you wouldn't happen to have seen repeating hallways, would you? Possibly copies of other rooms you've seen on Absalom Space Station, but without people?
Not that particularly, but the repeating hallways, yes. Though, I'm assuming... Actually, the museums we encountered down there, they seem to be interesting. They had statues that were living that had to be obeyed, but if I remember correctly, they didn't seem appropriate for the location, being these museums with statues stuck underneath the ghost levels. I'm wondering if that's a remnant of topside leaking down, or if that is something that was actually put down there on those levels before whatever corrupted them.
That sounds a lot more like entry point null, rotting corridors of Absalom Station, copies of existing buildings above ground, decrepit and ancient, all filled with supernatural creatures.
We found...
The one you might be going into could be another one of those, or it could also be entry point Deadwood.
Go on, Evie, you interrupted?
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to. I thought you were I thought you were stopping in your words. I'm sorry.
No, go on.
We also found a planetarium down there, as well as a couple more cultists chanting, he has awoken. I'm sure you two have seen them sprawling their messages everywhere.
I don't think I have.
Oh, but they're all over the place. Twig finally speaks up loudly enough to just get another glare from Lotus. But she does continue.
Yeah, those guys are not exactly great.
And he kind of just sighs before turning back to you.
I don't know anything about that kind of stuff, but
You know, I'm actually gonna roll here.
Oh baby, GM roll.
Yeah, no, I'm actually doing recall knowledge using rolls here for a hot second there.
Hot dang!
That's a dice roll.
That's certainly a dice roll.
Oh, you need dice to play this game?
You do in fact need dice to play this game.
they wouldn't happen to have been smoking some kind of mold, would they?
Can I recall knowledge to remember? Because I don't think they were. They were
Occultism, nature, crafting.
Okay. Probably occultism, because it's my best. So let me recall knowledge on that. The +9 onto whatever this is.
It doesn't ring that much of a bell.
Doesn't ring a bell.
You gain no information from this.
Doesn't ring a bell directly, but either way, there could be different sects of the cult.
Well, if you remember anything, you know how to reach me. I'll be taking my leave of that job, and I'll lay low until that fox is out of Little Lakiton.
Fuck. We'll keep you updated as to how things go. Twitch here is my immediate contact, since we are stuck here for the time being until the, well, until we get out of this lockdown, or we find a passageway through the ghost level somewhere else.
That's probably more likely than just waiting it out. Could be next week, could be next month.
Yeah.
Not to mention, they might just restrict movement to the arms, even if they do open the blockades.
If that's the case, then that's the case. If we can build a network of ins and outs through the ghost levels, even if it's not solid, but it's something, I might be able to at least get this group somewhere safer. What they currently know, the people tracking that kobold, is that she's here in Little Akiton. She goes in the ghost levels. They can't track that.
I'm afraid that's not quite so lucky.
You think
They're
they've got other
unfortunately...
carriers?
No, it's me. As I said, I was previously tasked with stalking her and reporting her movements back to that fox. And it turns out they're quite good at making their way around the undergrounds themselves, after I've shown them the ropes, so to speak.
Son of a bitch. Not you, him.
Either way, I'll be a little bit more careful about the kind of jobs that I take from now on, as well as the couriers that I train.
If you didn't do what you did, you wouldn't be here now. I appreciate the information. For now, I'm gonna take this group into the ghost levels, and we're gonna see if we can figure out what's happening with the people disappearing. If we can at least stop that, hopefully that earns us enough favor that the local police department might be able to give us the pass to pretend to be engineers and let us get out of this area. And at least try to resolve disappearances in other parts of the station. I'm getting concerned. A lot of people are starting to go missing. And it's only going to get worse. I need to show you this footage. she'll get her phone out and load up the video from Faye, showing the squawks going into the pipe, the squawks getting grabbed, and then the squawks going back into the pipe.
Is that a squawks?
Yeah.
Lotus seems more confused than anything.
It's a pet from the kids at the community center. You don't... It's Spike.
I do remember Spike, actually.
Yeah. No, Spike, from what it looks like, hit a quantum entanglement, and something dragged it down to the ghost levels. And I think it's happening to others, too. There are videos like this all over the infosphere. I'm not sure if they're real or not, but it's getting concerning. Something's dragging people into the ghost levels.
I can guarantee you that more than 9 times out of 10, those are fake.
It's not the 9 out of 10 I'm worried about.
It's the one.
Always is. And this
That's
was lifted.
squawks.
This was lifted right from a security camera. Literally facing that building. I trust this more than the infosphere crap.
I feel like I've seen something in the ghost levels a few weeks back that was kind of shaped like a squawks. It's just kind of weird.
Ghost levels do time things like that. I wouldn't be surprised if that was Spike, because this video was... What's the date on this video?
That would have been today.
This video's from today. It's chronologically possible. I've seen weirder entanglements. But... if that's the case... I'm concerned about the people. Concerned about people disappearing down there. Civilians can't be in the ghost levels. And if something's dragging them down there, especially if it's cult related, those people aren't coming back. I want to get down there. I want to stop it. I don't want to see innocents hurt.
That is a mighty, mighty undertaking you're trying to take here. Let's put a pin on that thought for now, Shaw. And let's talk about this after the lockdown is over, alright? We might have something in common, I think.
Alright. I'm still taking...
He does
my
look
group down
about
there.
ready. They do look about ready to back away from you.
It's all good. I'm gonna relay with my group. We're gonna head on over and start exploring. When we come back up to surface, I'll send a message along to Twitch.
For what little you can believe me, I can promise I will never come anywhere near that girl ever again.
I would say, if there's an emergency situation or anything like that, don't be afraid to approach her. But for her security and her sanity, it's appreciated. I'm sure she's going to have such fun words for me when I get back to her after this delightful conversation.
There's a reason why I didn't exactly want her to be able to see me. She might remember that I was stalking her.
Oh, I'm sure she's going to be so elated when the news eventually reaches her ears, because I'm sure while I can keep a secret as long as I can, she'll probably put the pieces together.
No doubt.
And if
And
that's
with that-
the case, you have a good one.
And with that, Lotus will very acrobatically jump his way back up on top of the building that he originally jumped from and exit his way off of the map.
Twitch, did you want to come with and see the entrance before we go in, or are you heading back to your apartments?
That's scary.
Yeah,
She looks like she was holding her breath during that entire conversation.
You good, girl?
No. It's Lotus. Lotus.
Yeah.
You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm fine.
I know
I'm
it's
fine.
I know it's Lotus, but if we like nerded out because of him, he wouldn't think we're cool.
You're right.
You gotta keep cool for these sorts of things. Keep your head level. Hey, he noticed you a couple times.
At this point, she's kind of just squeaking. Squeaking. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
She's walking along you.
all right, come on. Let's go head over with the group. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you. Hey, we're done.
When Shaw passes by the cleaner, she will notice the cleaner has the doofiest fucking smile on his face.
Are you good?
I'm fantastic. More than fantastic, even.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You know, suddenly I kind of want to I kind of want to see what happens.
What the fuck does that mean? Hold on a minute.
Apparently, your doppelganger has some apprentices.
Oh, fuck me sideways.
Apparently, a stealthy woman in the puddle, or a stealthy person in the puddles, and a predominant loud woman over on, I believe, the Eye.
A mystery solver in the eye.
Yes, a mystery solver in the Eye. Apparently, they've taken under his tutelage, and also...
Equals, by the way, Abby.
Oh,
They're like a trio.
They're a trio, and they... Sorry, I am... Because it was so far
There was
along
a
in
lot.
the conversation before.
Would
There was a lot.
Would I recognize them based on their descriptors by chance?
Absolutely not. This is a fucking mystery to you.
Okay. No society roll to help me out here.
This would be a society roll against a unique creature.
Oh, good.
They're not that much higher level than you, but you could try.
Fucking YOLO, let's do it.
Let me go take a look at the DC.
20
for
fucking
creature.
5, baby!
Can't wait for the DC to be like 30.
I'm gonna fucking cry. I was doing so well. I was so happy. I got to talk with my favorite fucking final Warframe. Nope. Final Warcraft guild member. And then you drop this shit on me? My day was going my night was going excellent. Better than fantastic even. And now it's fucking ruined. God damn it.
I need you to know that the DC for a unique creature of level 7. If you had a specific lore that is particularly relevant, you would have won that. But unfortunately with society, it's just a regular failure.
I was going to say, unless fucking Lore Vid Gamer helps me out in some form or fashion, then fucking...
I wish it did.
Nothing.
I wish it did.
Yeah. Apparently, three of them are parading around, giving long-winded, cringy speeches, and then transforming into magical, powerful warriors before beating criminals to a pulp.
Are they fucking Common Riders or Power Rangers? The fuck?
What's a common and how do you ride it?
I do not have the time, the energy, or the willpower to try and explain to you what a common writer is.
Is that like a big bad Beetleborg?
A fucking what?
He's gonna start walking away at this point.
Which
It's
does
not
peek up
important.
from behind one of the light poles. Is that like one of the Pack World Warriors?
A fucking what?
I heard about that. It's like a VR trooper.
Huh?
She's just nodding. Yep.
The cleaner's entire body is tilted at a 45-degree, like, their entire upper body is tilted, staring at the two ghost couriers, like, what the fuck are you on about?
So, Abby and Artemis and
Mhm.
Bryce. Actually, especially Bryce. If you're still here.
I'm right here.
Do you remember when you allowed us to basically choose a modifier and come to steel to decide what exactly we're gonna be facing over at the lakes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Were you people paying attention when Lotus mentioned that they don't know what's gonna be down there and what kind of ghost levels it could be? It started describing multiple entry points.
Uh-huh.
For next session,
I
I
was-
need y'all to choose which ghost levels is gonna be behind this entry point.
Oh,
Can we-
you
can-
son of a bitch! You are using my magics against me. How fucking dare you?
Can you write out our options, please?
I
I'm sure
will.
you will, yeah.
But the three options are the ones described in the new Starfinder Galaxy Guide, which is filled with goodies and
Oh
info.
god, they pulled my magics. God.
There's the
Nah.
there's the radiation sewers full of mutants. I do not remember the other two, because I remember we had rad sweepers for that kind of thing.
Yeah, there was basically there's the first one is Entry Point Deadwood, where the typical station tunnels become an impenetrable mass of trees and other foliage, mutated and cancerous from frequent radiation storms. There's Entry Point Siphon, which is the one Abby described, near waste management facilities, which lead to mazes of stone tunnels full of sewage and noxious oozes. May or may not give mutations to the players. And the last one that I barely described is Entry Point Null, which is filled with copies of existing locations of Absalom Station that are corrupted and are rotting and either ancient or like filled with weird script and like if you access a computer, it is not letters. This is not the common language or any known language on there.
And I'm thinking the ones we did the one we did for the first time we dove down there was null. Because it
Most likely.
felt like it, yeah. Like, it felt like copies of reality.
I am inclined toward Deadwood, but that is just me.
I would rather not do Siphon.
I would also rather not do Siphon. Hence my proclivity toward Deadwood instead.
This is also something you could just leave for later if you'd rather take care of other jobs around Little Akiton.
I mean, all of this feels like we are gonna have to go back in the ghost levels to figure out what's going on with the cult, which is also going to give us access to other areas outside of here if we can find entrances and exits that go other places. Which is kind of the pivot point of the major plot line here. Like, it feels like no matter what, we're going back at the ghost levels.
Surprisingly, this is a custom bit that I did, but it's one of the options is that they recommend is possibly reusing the ghost levels to explain how the Squawks like rescue mission goes. They're like, hey, if you need to, reuse that map. And I'm like, I could just make some more custom ones.
True.
Especially because they've given me this lore.
So if I'm understanding correctly, we're gonna go in the building that, or trying to go in the building that the Squawks went into, and it's gonna randomly be one of the three?
The party gets to choose.
So we're going in the building that the Squawks went into, and we get to choose what level it is once we go in the building?
It's like a roguelike. Like how like you have Hades where like it'll present to you 3 different doors and you get to choose one kind of thing.
Okay, but all 3 doors lead into the building.
Yes.
Basically, basically what it was going to be is, if I'm not making my own custom maps, I would just reuse the ghost levels for the quest with the Squawks. Which is why I'm deciding to make something custom instead.
Yeah, I think I'm more inclined to agree with the leaves.
Yep.
I was gonna say the Deadwood or the one we already did are my 2 options.
It seems like we're all on the same page,
Something.
and that is not going to Siphon.
That'll be something y'all can discuss during the next week.
Something else is, did we want to see if we wanted to stop and grab like camping equipment proper down there for when we are down in the ghost levels, so that way we can get a proper rest if we have to rest down there.
I think it's a good idea.
I didn't think about that, but I do think that's a good idea. Because, like, I recall in the first dungeon, y'all were, like, very protective of your resources, because it was a long dungeon.
I think it's good for us to get some rations to make down there, some canteens of water. It's a camping trip to the ghost levels.
Well, I mean, entry point Deadwood is literal forests, so it could be an actual camping trip.
I can't believe we're going on a camping trip to the ghost levels.
Well, looks like we're gonna go to the bodega, then go to the ghost levels, but that can be downtime stuff. Did we want to rest before going into the ghost levels so we can get our level 4?
Yes!
I'm pretty sure that's what the plan was.
Okay.
At that point, you could also do a downtime activity before heading back to that building.
Sounds good.
Yeah, because I noticed it's 9:40. We probably should end off soon.
Yeah, I think this is a good point to end on. But, alright, I'm gonna start leveling myself to level 4 then.
Same.
Done. No. God, I wish. I wish I could preload, like, that kind of stuff in here so bad.
So, side, I did have a question about some of the things that I picked up as part of my level 4.
Go on.
I now have magical crafting and tech crafting.
That means you can
mean-
make.
Does that mean I can make Magitech items?
It does mean you can make hybrid items, yes.
Kane, I read you like a fucking book.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
No, there's a reason.
Go ahead. I want to hear
She
this.
can craft.
Oh.
She can.
I
craft
read you like a
items.
fucking book. Me and you can work in tandem and just make shit.
Yeah, baby!
Oh wait, hang on. I
Ooh.
need to look and see that feat.
Yeah, that'll be the next thing to find out, because something I found out is if you want to have a +1 to your armor and it's a tech armor, you need a hybrid crafting, but I'm like, that's stupid. The armor upgrades are just +1s anyways to begin with. So that part I'm ignoring, but
I think it has to be. God, there's so many good class feats for operative at level 4. I don't know which one to take. Help.
Oh no, that's hang on. I might be picking up Fabricator instead of tech crafting, because I think Fabricator also gives me tech crafting, but it has me use computer instead of crafting.
So, just for context and to give y'all an idea of the choice I've been thrusted upon, I have aim as a free action on my first turn. Whenever I critical hit with aim, I deal persistent bleed equal to my aim dice. I can increase the precision die of my aim. That one's not as good. Or if the creature that I'm aiming at is dying or unconscious, I can aim at a different creature for free.
anything that you get to do for free is pretty useful.
I feel
like... Go on.
Yeah, I feel like I should... like, the correct choice feels like it should be always ready, which is, at the start of my first turn, I get to aim for free.
See, the problem with that is that that's useful one turn.
Don't you also hang on. That would make it to where at the beginning of a combat you aim and also can adjust your sights to get the extra distance for free, right?
If I had the scope weapon, which I don't, it's currently in the party stash. I think, that said though, I think switch target is probably going to be more useful. That way, if I do aim on something and they die, I can just be like, actually, I'm aiming at you instead. Which is good for things like hair trigger.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you.
I'm wondering between warning shot and cover fire.
Also, you're correct, Kane. Whenever Mizu aims, any kind of aim, even free action aim, they can activate a sight weapon upgrade. But you would
if I had
a better
one
sight upgrade. Yeah. Well, that's pretty neat. I'll use that as the icon for the entry points you found. It's an entry door.
I'm pretty sure Faye will appreciate this.
What is that?
No, it's gotta be.
Now, the question is would that stack on top of the personal force field that Shaw gave me? Or would that just override it?
That's a
If
good
that were to be
question, and I
used
have
on
no idea.
That's why I'm asking it.
That's
Because I feel like that would override it if it's stronger. Because it's a force field, so...
Let me go take a look. If I go over to your force field and drag the effect onto you... It does not work. Oh no, why does it not work?
I see the force field on my end.
How much temp HP is it giving you?
For the one that you put on me,
Oh, it's just tracking it.
yeah, it's just tracking the effect, it's not tracking the HP.
Oh, it's not giving you temp HP proper. That's stupid. That's why.
Yeah, that's weird. I guess
have
this is
program it in?
playtest for a reason.
Yeah, I guess because this is specifically not temp HP.
It's because it's its own temp HP kind of thing. It's weird.
It's like a shield's HP. Quite
Yeah.
literally.
Yeah. But I would imagine in this case that whatever one is stronger is the one that takes effect because they're both force fields.
Yeah, logically speaking, because nothing stacks in Pathfinder, I'm just gonna say straight up no.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But, like, if I don't have the action economy to be able to use my shield and Revel gives me a shield, that's still really good.
Yeah, I don't just give it to myself or give it to one person. I give it to literally everyone in the party.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about mine specifically, because, like, I know it targets everybody, but, like, what if I had this? You know, that kind of thing.
Fair enough.
Let me go take a look at Tech Crafter now. Tech Crafting.
Though I have no idea what to do for a skill feat at this time. But
I think skill feats are always one of the hardest things for me to choose.
Yeah, there's just so many. Also, no, Kane, I don't think it gives you Magitech. But
yeah, I
you do have
switched over
Magitech.
to Fabricate, which does give me Magitech if I have magical crafting, which I already do.
Okay. Yeah. Fabricator. Yes.
Another question for the group.
Uh-huh.
+1 to reflex saves, or +1 to attack rolls and saves against mental effects?
I already have a thing for that. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
What type of bonus is it? I guess is also relevant then if you have a thing for the attack rolls and saves.
Scrub Psyche. You or an ally fail a save against a mental effect while within my quantum field. All traces of the triggering effect are scrubbed from this target's subconscious conscious mind, allowing them to re-roll the saving throw against the triggering effect. You must use the second result, even if it's worse.
Okay.
And I just picked up this, which allows me to immediately put my bubble down the moment I roll initiative, which means my pulse, or my scrub becomes a lot better.
Okay, I will say that it's probably going to be easier for me to do the +1 status to reflex saves, vice the +1 status bonus to attack rolls and saves against mental effect. So I'm gonna do the reflex one. Just because it's easier, and it also kind of matches the character better.
So, question that I have to ask on Sammy's behalf real quick because she just ran out of the room. So about one of the things that she has as an ability she can grab from Dual Weapon Warrior is Dual Thrower, which says that when she uses a Dual Weapon Warrior ability, she can instead use a thrown weapon or a one-handed ranged attack, which Solar Shot, as far as I can tell from reading it, is a one-handed ranged attack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So she's about to just be able to launch key blasts just
Like
as
Vegeta.
part of her as part of her dual weapon warrior abilities.
Honestly, I would allow that even with like the Nagaji Spit or the Kitsune's Foxfire, because it's like, well, it works. They're ranged weapons, even if they're not technically one-handed. They're weapons that require a hand, is how I'm gonna put it.
One last question, Side, and then I'll shut up for the rest of the night.
No, please. Keep going.
Uncommon skill feats. What is your
Just tell me what it is.
Feigns Escape?
Escape. Feigns Escape.
Yeah.
2 action, you interact to draw a deck of card. You know, I already know what this is. And I already know another person that played like a bunch of levels as an operative, and they said it was absolutely miserable because of how hard it is to hide mid-combat. Yes, you can take it.
Let's go.
That's Aoife in chat, by the way.
A similar question, because I was gifted the lore for the ghost levels. Would beats like Efficient Explorer and Ambush Tactics that have a prerequisite of being trained in a lore about specific terrain work in accordance with that?
I'm down for that, yes.
Okay, because that's probably going to swap out my Lie to Me to something that is a bit more appropriate for Shaw's expertise of the ghost levels.
Definitely gonna allow it because of how, like, incredibly niche ghost level knowledge is.
Okay, the problem is Efficient Explorer, well, yes, she is a very efficient explorer of the ghost levels, doesn't actually give us anything because it gives us an additional exploration activity that does nothing for us.
Do you want to take, like a terrain stalker or something like that?
I can take a look. I'm looking at ambush tactics. You've studied the best practice of laying ambushes and terrains, learning about the ambush foes, the breathmaster is surprised and trained. In any combat during which an enemy rolls stealth to determine initiative, you can choose to roll initiative using a lore check that is appropriate to the terrain. Well, that would mean that while I'm down there, I would be able to roll ghost levels lore instead of my regular initiative, right?
I see why this feat is marked as rare, because it gives you meta knowledge that there is an enemy using stealth to start combat.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you before taking it. Because that's like...
Oh, of course it was made in Kingmaker. God fucking damn it, that's why.
Yeah.
That's what do you think it mentions fucking exploration?
Yeah.
Hey, Hexploration is not Kingmaker exclusive, actually. But
It isn't?
No.
Of course not. What do you
just
think?
Oops, sorry.
Mizu, take a look
Yeah?
at this. What do you think there's hexes on this map?
Are we going to be exploring the fucking goddamn galaxy? Or universe? Or whatever the fuck?
I have no plans of making that happen, but that's why there's hexes on this map.
What the fuck?
This is a feature for all campaigns, if the GM wants to use it.
What the fuck?
Technically, Abby could use that in Magnabar too. Anyways, back to that little Iketon.
I mean, I could use it in cost too, but I think it's more fun to do PMD type exploration.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you could take it. At the caveat of, I will not tell you whether or not there's somebody rolling stealth.
I am okay taking it just so I can roll with a +10 while I'm in the ghost levels rather than a +7.
Yeah.
Alright.
At that point, you're basically rolling using ghost level lore, which I'm okay with that.
That's all I'm taking it for. I am not gonna take it for the, I always know if someone's looking at me. No.
Some ranger feats for that, actually.
True. Nah, I just want better initiative.
I'm sorry if this session was a little not exciting.
Oh no, it was exciting.
Yeah.
What do you mean? The session was great.
I love Starfinder 9. I love every tabletop session I'm in, or every tabletop group I'm in, but like, damn, I love being my emo fox.
Abby got a giant lore drop about her community and the cleaner. Faye may or may not have learned something.
You got to send a friend request to somebody on Final Warcraft.
What do you mean send a friend request?
We've been raid members for years.
We've been guild members for fucking years.
Oh.
It's really funny because you dip behind the dumpster, you come back out, and for some reason Faye and the cleaner are best friends, and you're just like, what happened?
No. Faye knows that the cleaner is one of their guildmates. The opposite is not true. The cleaner's fucking clueless.
Yeah, Faye made the realization. So far, the cleaner has not.
So, I just want to show off real quick. The 4 formulas that I got when I was picking them up from my feet.
My God.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
So all I'm saying is Ginkle could really fuck with the people that are looking for Fae by applying morphic skin to his own body. He could turn himself into a kobold of any age, sex, height, weight, skin tone within the normal bounds of my ancestry.
Wait, hold on. Isn't that an item that you can create?
It is an item I could create that is pretty much similar to a graft.
You could give that and the vocal modulator to Faye and turn her into just a different kobold.
Real.
You see, that makes even more sense than my idea.
Oh god.
Ginkle was just like, no, take me instead.
Oh no, I've been
Meanwhile,
this is the
captured
same
by
vein
the
as-
Ellery.
This is the same vein as, oh shit, we need to contact Faye. Somebody punch me.
Which has been said 3 times now.
That's literally what my backup plan was if the meeting went bad, was like, alright, well, they need to know that I'm in trouble. How do I do this the most effective way? Right, I'm gonna do the stupid thing Grandpa did.
Motherfucker,
and
all
punch
I had,
myself.
all I would have to do is peek around the fucking corner, see that some shit has gone down, and all of a sudden Lotus has a goddamn red dot on his forehead.
Now, see, that's the reason why Lotus specifically wanted to be out of sight, both her and them. They're actually non-binary.
I also am really happy that I picked up immediately what you were putting down with Twitch and I played into it. I'm just like, oh my god, that was Lotus.
It's like if Batman showed up and they're like, I need to use you to achieve my goals, and you're like a huge Batman fan, but you don't know how to like deal with that.
I just have to play it cool. I just have to play it cool the whole time, and I did a very good job.
Runs back to the party. Oh my fucking god, I met
Fucking
Batman.
God. Batman told me about the VR troopers.
On that note, actually, Kane,
Yes.
something specifically for you.
Ooh.
Are you interested in any way to change classes? Because the thing that just came out is the class with a robot companion, and the thing you asked me about was if you could put an armor upgrade on Mecha Mech. That class literally has that as a feat.
Let me read the stuff about the class, and I will get back to you on that.
Yeah.
While that's going on, I'm gonna go give a raid over to Amy, who's currently doing their Pathfinder session. They're doing kobolds.
I think they're done with that now. I think they've switched over to playing Among Us.
Screw it, I'm gonna raid them anyway. That way you guys can follow them and watch their kobold session in pods and whatnot. But that's gonna be it for us. Thank you guys for coming out and watching. It's always a pleasure having a wonderful session with friends.
It was fun.
We're not doing Kingmaker on Friday, but Saturday looks like it's going to be Koss and K9, and then Sunday is going to be K9 Magnamar, the last of the groups wrapping up. So, should be
Pretty
a
hype.
fun tabletop weekend. But that's going to be it for us. Thank you all for coming out and watching. And we'll see you guys
Next
time. See you, folks.
Goodbye.
on this thing.
That we do.
Hey!
Damn it, Kane.
Bye.